What's up, everybody? I'll get things started in just a minute. Just getting everything started up. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. We're here. Wow, wow, wow. Miami Dolphins signing Terron Armstead in a massive deal. Absolutely massive deal. Been waiting on this for a few days now. Just starting to get my web overlay working. Bear with me. It doesn't want to work for some reason. Let's see. What's up, my dude? How's it going? It's a big day. Big day for the Dolphins. Massive, massive, massive signing today. I'm just trying to get my browser up so we can all be looking at the same thing. There we go. So let's take a look at it straight from Adam Schefter. So we don't have to mince words here. Here it is. $87.5 million, 5-year deal, 43.37 guaranteed. This is redonkulous. Does Terron Armstead have health issues? Yes. But the guy is a top 5 tackle when he's on the field. And the fact that we got him for what amounts to about, with incentives, worst case, you're looking at like 18 mil a year, which, yeah, exactly. The 87 mil is with incentives. 75 mil a year base salary is, or 75, over 5 years is huge. That is nothing for this guy. It's, and that's what I was saying. I put out a tweet. Let's see. Not that long. I think it was today. Let's see if I can find it. And if you're not following me on Twitter, you should be. Shame on you. But a lot of doom and gloom. That's me. Here's what I said 6 hours ago. Fact Armstead negotiations are taking this long leads me to believe Miami's not willing to overpay him, which I was right. The talk was that this guy wanted $25 million a year, which is terrifying, right? If we would have paid him $25 million a year, I would have. I was worried because the first thing that they put out on Twitter was it was a 5-year deal, and I was like, oh my god, we just threw this kitchen sink at him. But then as it started to come in, it was like, whoa, $75 million plus incentives. And I was saying if they can land him for less than $20 million a year, it would be a massive win. And they're paying, I think it's, before incentives, I think it's like $15 million a year, and the guaranteed money only comes out to like $8 million a year. It's huge, dude. It's really going to depend on how it's structured, right? But this is the move we all wanted to see. I know Greer wasn't there, but Greer, absolutely. Greer doesn't need to be there. I think it's a common misconception that fans have is that Greer's the one sitting there with calculators and spreadsheets and pen and paper. Greer is the guy who says, get me this guy and this is how much I want him for, there's other people in the background doing the math too. It's not just Greer. So Greer doesn't have to be an in-house, and especially with technology now, if he needs to drop in and say something, he will. But this is huge. It leaves plenty of room to keep adding players in free agency. I'd love to see them continue to build on the offensive line if possible. Treader's out there, but he's, again, I do worry that we're getting, we're going from a really young team to now, 30 plus year old guys is a little sketchy, but my maths, yeah. This is huge. There's no way around it. You can't, and I have to say, I was on TD Finn's Talk stream this evening, and was really disappointed with his take on this whole thing. He's basically says he's happy with the move, but that he brought Tua up in it, and I don't know if he's the one bringing up Tua or if Chat's bringing Tua up and he's just running with it, but I really want to move off of Tua. Tua is not going to be the centerpiece of this offense. The centerpiece of this offense is now Terron Armstead, and he's going to lock down that offensive line. We're going to run the ball a lot. We're going to run the ball well, I feel like. I think we got some great running backs on the roster, and this is a big deal. This is a big deal for Miami. We're going to have a better offensive line. We already have a better offensive line right now than maybe half the league. At a minimum, with Terron Armstead and the guard Williams. Williams, is that his name? I'm always forgetting his name. Anyways, forgetting his name. Connor Williams. Okay, yeah, I was right. So with just Terron Armstead and Connor Williams, we're already a top 15 offensive line. Going from basically 32nd to 15 in one off season with not really investing that much. I mean, again, like the $8 million base a year guaranteed is pennies for a tackle like Terron Armstead. It's so amazingly little to pay for him. What I think happened is that I think Terron Armstead wanted to play in Miami for whatever reason. Maybe he just wants to be in Miami. Whatever. Maybe he likes Chris Greer. Maybe he likes the offense we're going to run. I think he wanted to be in Miami, and I think Miami wanted him here. And that's why it took almost 3 days, because the two sides wanted to make it work, and they were probably negotiating back and forth. I think Terron Armstead wanted more years, and he probably wanted more money, and they said, look, we're not going to give you the more money, but we'll give you the more years. And on the money side, I'm sure, again, the numbers that were coming out originally, they were talking about this guy getting $25 million a year over 4 years. I mean, the fact that we're getting him for a fraction of that, half of that, really, almost. This is a huge signing. It's a massive boost to our offense, and it still gives us tons of room. We haven't even cut anybody, and we still have. Let's take a look at Spotrac. Spotrac. I never know how to say that. Let me pull up my browser. Where are we? Hang with me while I pull it up. Salary cap table. I don't know if Terron Armstead's going to already be in here. Maybe he is. They work pretty quickly. Okay, I don't think he's in here. Yeah, he's not in here yet because they haven't officially released the numbers, I'm sure. But as of now, top total. Yeah, I mean, the market value on Spotrac for Terron Armstead, 24 mil. It's so stupid. Think you could be right. He wants to settle, have this be his last team, bring success, and not put the team in a situation where it's handicapped with big contracts. What an incredible take. That's exactly right. I think Terron Armstead at 30 realizes, hey, this is probably going to be my last contract. Let's make it a good one. I guarantee you in Miami, they're going to get him right. They're going to get right. There's so many offensive line gurus on this team. For him not to get right. Okay. There's, a part of me thinks that maybe some of his injury issues was, I don't know, maybe it's poor practice habits, poor technique, and not necessarily poor technique, like he doesn't know what he's doing, but maybe, again, we have so many offensive line gurus on this team. Our offensive coordinator has offensive line experience, right? There was a significant focus put on the offensive line, on the coaching staff, that I have to believe that they've brought in guys in that can help him stay up. The other thing to keep in mind is he's been playing on turf, AstroTurf for all these years. AstroTurf is notoriously terrible, especially for a big boy. An offensive lineman, it's basically like playing on carpet. It's not great for the knees. It's not great for the ankles. I think Terron Armstead saw the potential in Miami. He saw the type of offense we're going to run. He saw the type of coaches that we brought in to make our offensive line great. And I think and obviously there's benefits to living in Miami too, outside of the football stuff, right? Taxes, et cetera, et cetera. This is huge. There's no way around it. Like I said, I was a little let down with TD's take on the whole thing. This is big. Don't let anybody bring you down on this. This is something all Dolphins fans wanted, and we actually got it. And it's better than any of us could have anticipated it being. We got him for free, practically. I mean, relatively speaking, we got him for free, and you can't be upset about that. It's such a good signing. Weak path. I only keep it 100%. That's all I do. I'm very even about my criticism about the Dolphins, right? I criticize them when they do bad things, when they make mistakes, when they do stupid things. I criticize them, but when they do great things, this is a great thing. I'm going to absolutely praise them for that. And this is huge. This is going to be monumental. There's not going to be any excuses for Tua not having time. I guarantee you Tua's not going to get blown up on every play like he did last year. We're going to actually have a run game that teams are going to be scared of, so they don't have to sit, in the middle of the field. They're going to have to defend close to the line. They're going to have to, I think Tua's going to have more time to throw the ball a little bit further. So they're going to have to drop back in coverage. It's going to spread the field. The field is going to open up, I think. If there's any system where Tua could succeed in, it's going to be this one. That's been always my biggest criticism, is we've never put Tua in an actual position to succeed. From the very beginning, he should have never started year one. That's pretty universally agreed on. The RPO offense he was running, I've said it before, it's kind of handicapped him. I don't want to say handicapped it. It was like training wheels, because we knew Tua knows how to run the RPO, but we know that that's not an offense that's really particularly successful at the NFL level. It's a good change of pace play, right? They're still going to run some RPO. I guarantee you. Mike McDaniel runs the RPO, but he doesn't run it on every single play. I think we ran the RPO it was bad. I'm not gonna go there with Tua starting year one. I don't think that was a Flores decision. That was a decision from up top, and it was a bad decision. It should have never happened. I mean, that's just facts. He should have stayed on Fitzpatrick was playing fine. He was playing fine. That's the thing I hated under Flores. The whole team was a gimmick. I think Flores did the best he could with what he knew and what he was given. Flores just is not an offensive-minded coach. And the coaches he did bring in were not very good. They were not particularly good. Or they were just not particularly suited to put together an offense with what we had, right? Which is a young, very, very young core of very talented players that needed to be coached up better. And that's what I think it really came down to in the end, was that the lack of support, coaching support, right? Doing what coaches have to do outside of preparing players for the game on Sunday, right? It's developing talent. This is still one of the youngest. I'd be interested to see where we sit after signing Terron Armstead, but I'd be willing to bet we're still top 5 to 10 youngest team in the NFL with a 30-year-old left tackle. This is a really young team that has to be mentored. It has to be built up. And it's not something that happens overnight. But I don't think the previous coaching staff was the appropriate one to do that. So we'll see. I'm gonna... Just a second. Sorry, I was just putting out another post. But yeah, I mean, again, you look at this number. This is a number that a lot of people were looking at. You know, his expected contract, $4 million, or 4 years, $95 million, was what they were thinking this guy was going to get. We basically got him for a little bit more than what he was getting paid in New Orleans. Let's take a look at what he was making in New Orleans. That was a restructure. So yeah, he was 5 years, $65 million. So it's, I'm telling you, we're basically paying him what he got. Let's go. Broken School, thanks for joining us, dude. Hey, this is huge. This is a massive win. Literally, we're barely paying him more than what he was making in New Orleans. I don't know. There's still people that are trying to make this like a bet. There's always going to be negative people, right? But I don't know how you can look at this. Even if we only get him for 9 games out of the year, right? That's a win. A top 5 tackle for 9 games out of the year. That's huge. That's massive. We're not done. Absolutely, I don't think we're done. After we have so much money left over. I think. Let me pull up the cap number. We have so much money to spend. It's not even funny. I'm wondering if SpoTrack has updated. I'm keep refreshing SpoTrack just to see. I think they did update it because now we're sitting at 12 mil. We still got 12 mil left, and we haven't even cut anybody, dude. We haven't even cut a single player on this team. Did they get him in? Did they get Terron Armstead? It shows that he's in here. Hold on. Okay, they do have him in here, but they don't have his value. We haven't made cuts or restructured how exactly, dude. I think they're going to go for a center next. I wouldn't be surprised. Or I still wouldn't put out of our heads them moving on from Byron, potentially trading Byron. There's been rumors going on about that. Take it for what it's worth. We're so stacked, like on offense. I'd still like another wide receiver through the draft, maybe a running back through the draft. I really like Spiller, the kid at 15 mil. He's the 18th or 19th. Dude, it's so ridiculous. Chris Greer is a fucking magician, dude. The guy somehow is capable of making the best contracts in the world. It doesn't make sense. He's either the smoothest talker in the world, or I don't know what it is, but this offseason, we have not and this is the first time that I feel like in a long time that this has been the case, we have not overpaid for a single player this offseason. It's huge. I will say I think we'll trade for a wide receiver. It's coming. We're probably trading number 29. Who do you think? Who do you think we'd go for at 29, or to trade the first round pick for? I mean, I'm thinking a couple names off the top of my head, but I'd think maybe Ridley. Although I'm a little cautious about Ridley. I don't have to tell you guys about that. About what he did. Some people say he quit on the team. I think he just has some mental health issues, and I'd be a little concerned about investing a lot into a guy like that. And it's, I have sympathy for that, but if he's a guy that needs help, he needs to get help. So we'll see. It is a really deep wide receiver class. There are two teams I know for a fact we have had talks with, but that's all I'll say. 49ers. I would not be surprised if they make a move for Deebo Samuel. That would not surprise me in the least. The Vikings is an interesting one that I hadn't considered. It's very interesting. Nothing would surprise me at this point. The Dolphins have exceeded my expectations as far as free agency goes. The only thing that I had kind of hoped that they would do at this point by now is maybe signed a better wide receiver. But if that's coming down the pipeline, this is a big success in free agency. One that we haven't had in a real. I mean, that's a lie, right? We've always said like we won free agency, right? But this one feels a little different. We got a great guy in Terron Armstead, but we didn't overpay. That's the key. That's the key here. We always have to overpay for guys. We just got Ndamukong Suh off the books, boys. We just stopped paying Ndamukong Suh. Guy hasn't been on the team for 3 years? We just got him off the books. We always have to overpay, and we haven't done it a single time this entire offseason. It's huge. These are all massive wins. Give me a second. Hey, by the way, I think... Let me see something. Okay, never mind. I don't get the Deebo hype. I don't believe that McCoach is a one-trick pony and needs a Deebo Samuel. These rings to make up. Well, remember, the only reason Deebo became Deebo was because all their other wide receivers got hurt. And he just kind of, happened, right? So maybe you're right. Maybe, they do have the capability to kind of get a guy like that out of thin air. But Deebo's good. I mean, he's a great wide receiver either way. Vikings say they're open for business, so I think Justin Jefferson, I wouldn't hate it. It's tough, right? I'd like for them to go out and get a great wide receiver, but it's going to become really crowded, right? Really quickly with Waddle. Sorry, I'm writing somebody in Twitter. Waddle. Are we moving on from DVP at that point, where there's going to be some dead money there, but a crowded wide receiver room isn't always the best thing because you just kind of wasted money sitting on the bench. Deebo also became Deebo because of McDaniel. Not wrong. You're not wrong. The other thing we have to keep in mind too is is it a flash in the pan type thing, or do we already have a Deebo Samuels in house, in potentially Lynn Bowden? I know this is not like an unpopular opinion. Everybody kind of has theorized this. Lynn Bowden could absolutely fit that role in Miami. It wouldn't surprise me. By making this signing and for doing it at the price we did, it opens the floodgates for any possibility at this point. We can do anything. Anything from this point on is just icing on the cake. Because we're just making better. This offense is already 10 steps better than it was last season. Today it's already at least twice as good as it was last year. The missing piece of this puzzle, the missing Hawaiian piece of this puzzle, of this pizza, is Tua Tagovailoa. Can Tua take the next step with everything around him? There's no more excuses. We can't, after this season, make excuses for Tua. This is it. He's got... Ali, I didn't realize you. I'm like, oh, I'm going to reach out to my boy. He's on Twitter. I didn't even know that was you, dude. He's good. I'm not against it. And no worries, dude. I went to you because I knew you're active. I knew you like to talk. So that's why I was like, oh, let me check him out. He's good. I'm not against it, but I just think there's more than McDaniel brings to the table offensively in finding the next Deebo. You're not wrong. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I want to be a little bit more cautious about my critiques on McDaniel because he is a wild card in this whole thing. Yeah, no problem. He's absolutely a wild card in this. So it's really going to depend on... I don't think that he's going to have a problem putting the offense together, putting the playbook together. Where the unknown is can he coach up this team of young men? This is a very... Excuse me, oh my gosh. This is a very young, talented team. Can he come in, get them on his side, right? Be the head coach of a football team and lead this young team to be better, to do better, to play for him, right? As a football coach, you have to convince guys to put their leader of men. You have to convince guys to go out there and put their body on the line, not just for themselves, right? That's easy. Yeah, everybody they're already getting paid. If they're in the locker room on game day, they're getting paid, right? You have to convince them to go out there and fight for you. That's the only piece of the puzzle that we don't really know. We know that players like him, but liking somebody isn't always the same as like being able to get something out of them in a key moment, right? Or to push somebody to be better in the moment. That's the biggest piece of the puzzle. You didn't worry about that with a guy like Brian Flores, right? Players, when he was on the field, he was a general. So that's the only missing piece. I'm not saying that he can't do it. I'm just saying we don't know because he hasn't been in that type of a role and we haven't really heard how he acts on game day and things like that. Fight for you with the other 10 guys on the field with them at the same time. Exactly, dude. Can he rally the troops? I think players want to, right? I think because they like him, because he's likable, they'll want to fight for him, right? They'll want to go out there and do their best. And, we'll see. I'm interested to see, how he is on the sidelines, right? That's another key thing. Is he going to be like an Adam Gase that's like kind of sitting on the sidelines, not really interacting, or is he getting in people's faces a little bit? Like, it's okay to get, like in football, you sometimes you got to get in a dude's face to wake him up. You know what I mean? Is he that kind of coach? Is he going to be able to do that? Is he going to be able to kind of pull people together? I know the other coaches he's got in the building can do that too. I know, Sam Madison is going to get in somebody's face if he's got to. I know Wes Welker can do that, right? I know that there's other guys, but again, as a head coach, your job is to be the leader of men. I want to see that. I really want to see how he interacts with the guys, particularly on the sideline, outside of, taking dudes out to dinner or whatever. What do you think will be the starting O-line after the signing? Good question. Actually, I have it written down here. Give me just a second. Because I don't want to misspeak. Because I'm really great at that. Well, first of all, don't be surprised if they push Rob Hunt out to left tackle. I think Armstead's going to play right tackle. We already have our guy, Williams. Again, I'm forgetting his name because I'm forgetful. At center, Connor Williams, excuse me. His name is literally right here. At center, I think they're gonna go after a guy in free agency at center. If not, I think Liam Eichenberg could go outside. Connor Williams has also said he's absolutely willing, which he should say that, right? You're supposed to say that. But Connor Williams says he would be willing to, and he has played center, and he can play center. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try something out there. Although he says he's most comfortable at left guard, or guard in general, but more specifically left guard. He could fill in at center, and maybe he's good. Maybe he's great at it. Jesse Davis will be obviously relegated to kind of a backup role, which is where he belongs. He can develop behind the rest of these older guys. And then our other guard, if it's not Rob Hunt, I think they're going to draft somebody, right? Maybe with the 29th pick. I've been saying I'd really love at tackle, right? If we let's say we did draft a tackle and Rob Hunt stays at guard, we put him in at right guard. I've been dying to get this kid. He's the kid, the exchange student that came from overseas. I can't believe I'm so off with my names today. It's not even funny. He's I think he's off from Austria. He's got a cool name. He's got a cool name, right? That's gonna be what triggers it. Either way, while I pull it up, I think we will still draft an offensive lineman. I think it will come either in the first or second round. Bernhard Raymond is the name. Bernhard Raymond. I can pull up his report for you guys. Let me pull up PFF. Bernhard Raymond fits this offense like just a piece of a puzzle. I mean, so perfectly. I'm just pulling up here the PFF guide because how they described him was like exactly what Miami needs. He's a tackle, so he would come in and probably play left tackle opposite of Terron Armstead, obviously. He's a day one starter at offensive tackle. There's a chance he'll be available at 29. He may go earlier depending on, again, sometimes offensive line guys, they go off the board sooner. It really just depends on how everything falls. But here's the guide on him. Bear with me. How do I get rid of... I don't need you. There we go. Bernhard Raymond. So he's projected to go in the first. But man, this kid, his PFF grade, he's improved every single year, right? Which you love to see. Played tons of snaps. The biggest thing is he's just a athletic freak, right? I think he played. He was a wrestler. Hey, what's up, dude? We're just going over here a tackle that I'm kind of interested in the draft. This would have to be with the 29th pick, right? He's not going to be available out of the first round for sure. Bernhard Raymond here. Where was I? He's only been playing offensive tackle for 2 years, so his ceiling is super high, right? He's already really good, and he's only played for a few years. He's a smaller tackle, right? But he's smaller because he's just athletic. He's a converted tight end, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. The biggest downsides on him is that his wingspan is a bit small, which can be difficult at times, but it's not a be-all end-all because he's just a physical freak. Great. He did play lower competition in college, but and I don't know why they have this in cons, but he's put 60 pounds on, but he could stand to put on some mass. That's just because, again, he's converted from, I believe, from tight end. In 2019, he was a tight end, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it says it right here. Raymond still moves around the football field like a tight end, but those hands that used to catch passes now catch defensive linemen. His hand placement in the run game is already outstanding. And this is a guy who's only been playing offensive tackle for 2 years, dude. The ceiling on this kid is sky high. He's nowhere near as physically dominant as others in the tackle class. He needs to continue to fill out his frame. Again, this is a guy switching from tight end to tackle. He's going to have to bulk up. But you've seen guys, again, they come from college and they play in the NFL for a few years and they bulk up within a year, right? They're massive after year one. So here's my issue with this. People are knocking Eichenberg for small arms. He's one of the highest rated in the draft last year. Eichenberg, listen, every one of our offensive linemen is not trash. You cannot convince me of that. Right? There are some people that will tell you this whole offensive line is garbage. And I say that is stupid to think that. They were improperly and poorly coached last year. Bottom line, facts is facts. There's no way that you can bring in so many young, talented guys with such promise and they just all end up being garbage, right? You throw shit at the wall long enough, something's going to stick, right? And the fact that none of them, except for Rob Hunt, who showed some flashes, right? Who we like to see. You can't tell me that an offensive line room of like over 10 guys and not one of them, except for Rob Hunt, shown even a little bit of promise. I can guarantee you Eichenberg is going to look way better this year than he did last year. I can guarantee you Jesse Davis, in whatever limited time he will have this year, is going to look better than he did last year because he's going to be put in a position to succeed. That was the biggest failing of the previous offensive coaching stacks. They were not putting players in a position to succeed, and they were not being properly developed. It was obvious. We saw it. There was no improvement from day 1 to week 17. It just never happened. Week 18. True. Then you'd have 4 left tackles on the roster and trying to convert 1 to the right tackle spot. Yes. You've got it. We signed Terron Armstead. He's great. I love him. He's a Pro Bowler. He's going to probably be a Hall of Fame tackle when it's all said and done. He's never played a full season his entire career. You need depth. I don't think they're all trash. I think they're poorly coached. Agreed. 1,000,000,000%. We're on the same page. But are they all tackles or guards playing tackle? Another great point. Offensive linemen, they should be able to kind of move around to some degree. But again, they're not necessarily in the best place to succeed. If you bring in guys who are proven talents, right? If you bring in Terron Armsteads, if you bring in Connor Williams, these guys were good before. Which, by the way, I haven't talked about it yet, but the Connor Williams signing is so... I love it, and I'll tell you why in a minute. These guys are where they belong. Now it's much easier to figure out where the rest go. I think Eichenberg can probably play center. Rob Hunt is great at guard. Don't touch him. Leave him there. Let him develop. He's already good, and he's very young. And then you can play around with the rest. And because we have offensive line gurus, offensive line savvy coaches, they're gonna find a way. I don't believe that you can bring in that many offensive line talented coaches and not make it work. If they do, it's a massive failure. Fire everybody. But I can't believe with Connor Williams and Terron Armstead at a bare minimum that they can't turn it around and develop the rest of these guys. Let's see, did they update his stats? Yeah, here are his combine stats. Some of his combine stats are pretty crazy, dude. This kid is, I love it. Here's his position traits: feet balance 10 out of 10, strength 7 out of 10. That's going to improve, right? He's only been at tackle for 2 years. Explosiveness 9 out of 10. The kid was a wrestler. He was built for offensive tackle. Frame, again, smaller tackle, not a bad thing in a McDaniel offense. Flexibility 9 out of 10. This kid is going to be a great fit. So at 6'6", he's a little undersized. At 303, he's a little undersized. We know that. Arm length, a little small. We know that. Hand size, just fine. 40-yard dash time, very good. 20-yard shuttle time, very good. His bench press, dude, that's where he went nuts. 30 reps was great. Really good vertical jump. Really good. Everything else, physical traits, he's a beast. It's like putting a 300-pound LeBron James at tackle. That's who this kid is. Bottom line, as crazy as it's say for a guy who's played the position for 2 years, Raymond's tape is the most polished of any tackle in the draft. That's what I want. I want a physical athlete. I want a physical freak, athletic freak. And I want a guy who's ready to go. And the fact that this kid's got 2 years at tackle and he's ready to freaking go get me Bernard Raymond. If you have the 29th pick, go get me this kid if he's there. All right. I'm going to tell you guys why I like the Connor Williams signing, because this is a kid that's improved every single year in Dallas, right? And it's funny because Dallas fans were like not too torn up about Connor Williams leaving. So some people took that as, oh, he's no good. The Cowboys fans aren't even sad about him leaving. They don't realize that. I mean, they're not realizing it. They just don't want to, right? The Dallas Cowboys have one of the best offensive lines, probably the best offensive line in the league. And that is the cornerstone of that is the best guard in the league on the other side of Connor Williams. So it's very easy to look less than good when you're playing against the best offensive guard in the league. Connor Williams is going to be an exceptional guard. He's so young. I think he's 26 years old. Correct me if I'm wrong. My computer's being stupid. Connor Williams. Excuse me, guys. I've got the burps. Oh my God, he's 24. I was wrong. He's like the same age as freaking Joe Burrow, guys, okay? Joe Burrow's like 99 years old, okay? He's 24 years old, and we're paying him pennies. And he's so good. Are these the guard? Yeah, this is a PFF guard ratings. Pass block. Where's he at? Did I pull up the right thing? Minimum. Oh, hold please. That's why. 10th in PFF for pass block, and 11th in PFF for run block. Are you fucking kidding me? And they signed him for pennies. People. What was it? 2 years, $14 million. Are you kidding me? They gave him a prove it deal, and he's already proven it in Dallas. This was a massive signing. They're going to have to pay him in a couple years because you don't let this kid go. At 26, he's going to be at his peak when he's ready to resign, which good for him. We get him for 2 years at a discount. I think he's going to make us pay in 2 years, but you get him on the cheap for 2 years. This is better than, the Terron Armstead is obvious, right? It's an obvious home run because we got him for such a great deal. But we kind of knew Terron Armstead was coming to Miami. Miami was kind of the only team outside of, rumblings that maybe Denver was interested in, rumblings that he would stay in New Orleans. Miami was kind of the only team that Terron Armstead was going for. The Connor Williams signing is going to be the sneaky good signing of this free agency. One that kind of went under the radar. People are like, yeah, this is a great sign. This is really good. This is going to turn into probably the home run. Connor Williams, God willing, he stays in Miami, will be, I'm very confident saying he will be a Hall of Fame guard in Miami. He will if he stays here. He's going to be that good. He's going to make the Pro Bowl. He's going to be really, 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 really good because he's improved. Again, let's take a look really quick. Where'd he go? Shout out PFF. We can look at his ratings year to year. This is so annoying that I can't scroll down further. Can you guys see? No, you can't see it. That's so annoying. Can you not? You guys can't see down here. Anyways, you guys are just going to have to listen to my sweet voice. 2018 rookie year, he sucked. He sucked ass. He was bad. His offensive grade was a 59.1. These are PFF grades, by the way. If you don't like PFF, I don't care. I use PFF because I think they're respectable and they put in a lot of work, and it's really difficult to really judge offensive linemen any other way. So take it for what it's worth. I respect them, and yeah. So 2018, his offensive grade was a 59.1. He was trash. 55 run block, 61 pass block. His sophomore year, he went from 59 to 60.9. He's still trash. 60.8 run block, 63.0 pass block. He improved. 2020, he made a big leap from 60.9 to a 70.8, right? He allowed 4 sacks that year, 2 QB hits, 24 hurries. And Yep, that year he played 1,100 snaps, which was the first time in his career that he played in more than 700 snaps. So he made a big improvement, and he did it playing more snaps. And then, so he went from a 70 to a 75 last year. So he's consistently improved every single year he's played. And last year he played 1,000 snaps, a little less because I think he was out a game. But Connor Williams is going to be good. He's going to be freaking good, guys. I can guarantee it. Was he the guy that was playing center his first 2 years, and when he moved to guard, his stats went crazy? No, he was always at guard. His rookie year, he played 180 snaps at right guard and 600 snaps at left guard, but he's been a left guard basically from day one. They threw him in at right guard a little bit his rookie year, and they probably figured out, like, yeah, this guy can stay at left guard. Again, at right guard, they have, I forget the guy's name in Dallas. We're going to find it out right now. Together. Probably. And this is kind of what I'll explain. Zach Martin, okay? This is why everybody thinks that Connor Williams is not that great, because he plays against the best offensive guard in the freaking league, okay? This guy's a beast. His offensive grade last year was a 93.4, which is off the charts. I think that put him at number one among all guards. And he plays right guard. This guy's a beast. He's just, again, anybody playing across from this guy's going to look like shit, if we're being fair. So the fact that, again, I think we landed Connor Williams at 20. He's 24 years old, guys. Like, it's crazy. And Zach Martin's 31. If I was Dallas, I would have let Zach Martin go, find a trade piece for Zach Martin and keep Connor Williams, dude, and develop that kid, because he's just good. He's going to be really, really good. This is my belief. Of course, anything could happen. Connor Williams could come to Miami. He could be trash, and in 2 years, he's on the streets again. Who knows? But all signs point to him continuing to be on an upward trajectory. The Zeke contract screwed Dallas. Absolutely. Listen, I've said this time and time again. I hate saying it because I feel bad saying it because I love running backs. You can't overpay running backs. You just can't. Especially bell cow backs. It's just wasted money. I was okay like bringing in a guy like Saquon or bringing in a guy like Fournette as long as they were willing to come in at a reasonable contract, because running backs just get hurt. They're never, after their rookie contract, they're never as good. It never works. Never. Almost never. Okay? I'm not going to be an absolutist. It almost never works. But yeah, they absolutely got screwed by Zeke. I'm fine with it. As if we can get the Connor Williams of the world. I don't understand what you mean. But sure, I agree. No, so I've loved every single, there hasn't been a single free agency signing that that's kind of made me scratch my head, which in years past it has, right? Every free agent signing that we've made so far has been quality players at a great price. I feel like a car salesman or like a rug salesman. Quality at a great price. We've gotten great players at a great price. Which makes no sense to me, because why does anybody want to play in Miami? Can somebody explain that outside of great weather and the taxes? Like, what? We have a lot of question marks. I love Tua. Listen, I'm a Tua investor, okay? Here's just 2 cards right out the gate. I invest money into. I just bought another Tua card yesterday. I love Tua. I'm very invested in Tua, but he's a question mark. I don't know. I hope that we can bring in these guys, and I hope that they can give him the confidence he needs to sit in the pocket and get the ball out. But I don't know. We don't know. And nobody knows. Until we see it on the field, nobody knows. We just have hope. Sorry. I'm fine with other teams paying the Zekes of the world because we can reap the benefits of it. Exactly. And unfortunately, up until now, we've been the team that signs the Zeke contract. We've been the guys that have signed and overpaid for guys like Ndamukong Suh. Is my mic like clipping? Is it really loud? Because it looks like I'm going to drop it down a little bit because I'm getting upset. I'm not kidding. We've been the team that overpays for everybody all the time, every year. We're the guys that have always gotten in free agency. Always. We've always had to overpay. Tell me I'm wrong. Sounds good? Okay, then I'll put it back a little bit. We've always had to overpay. We've never been able to just, hey, come to Miami. Yeah. You know, like with the Bucks. The Bucks, everybody just takes pay cuts. Don't even get me started on Ndamukong Suh. Don't put that man's name in chat. Fuller, we kind of overpaid on Fuller. We overpaid DVP. I mean, that's all. DVP, I guess, is hindsight because we didn't know he was going to be hurt like this all the time. But Brandon Marshall was in a trade. I can't count that one. But yeah, like we overpay people. That's Miami's motto. It used to be that everybody went to the Raiders to die, right? You knew a guy's career was over when he went to the Raiders. And for the last 10 years, we've been the Raiders of the NFL. The guys come here to get their retirement contract, and then they suck ass. We did it for KVN. I loved Kyle Van Noy. I wish he would have stayed, but we kind of overpaid him. Like, no cap, a little. Like, we overpaid that man. Oh boy. Pardon me while I check my phone because it's going crazy and I want to make sure nothing else crazy is happening. That's because the coaches sell the owners that they are one player away, so they go all out until rebuild. Couldn't have said it better myself, dude. That's a coach's job, right? They're supposed to kind of market themselves that I'm the missing piece and I can just get you, we're just a guy away. We just need this guy. And let's be honest, like McDaniel's doing a little bit of that too, right? That he can unlock Tua. I hope he can. I really, really hope he can. I'd love it because I have a lot of cards. I've spent money on cards on this kid Tua because I believed in him. And I really hope that McDaniel can unlock him. But, hope is not always a great thing to have when, I've been a fan of this team for over 30 years. I mean, okay, I'm 30 years old. 31 years old. Am I 31? Oh shit, I'm 31 years old. Like, hope is great, but I'm to the point that I need to see results. I need to see it translate to wins and playoff appearances. And playoff wins. We haven't had a playoff win in over 20 years, boys. It's rough out here. It is rough out here. We need a playoff win. We need something to get excited about. We've been in the AFC East basement for the last 20 plus years. It's rough out here. How about the excitement of this free agency where there are players being signed that haven't played for the New England Patriots, Patsies? Feels good to actually be using Greer in the scouting department. 100%, dude. It did feel like with Flores, we were kind of like the Patriots feeder team. Like when Bill Belichick was kind of done with his guys, he just kind of ship them off to us. It does feel good. I was a little bummed that we didn't get the JC, the cornerback. I mean, he went to the Chargers. But We still got Byron and X. I mean, dynamic duo there. Can't wait for the draft to see Greer with the handcuffs off. We'll see. I mean, I was reading, who was it? It was Omar put out a tweet today. Omar Kelly. He put a tweet about him wanting to get Minka. Where's the story that he put? Jeez, Omar, can you tweet a little bit less? Okay, Omar. Here it is. Funny story, maybe. While everyone was bickering and fighting about what to do with the 2018 first-round pick, Chris Greer took the reins on Ross, Tannenbaum, Gase, and told them, "We're taking Minka." One season later, of course, Fitzpatrick wanted out of Miami and Greer was forced to trade him. The point of that story is Chris Greer does have conviction. He just doesn't have the personality to strong-arm things, even though he's in the seat of power. This story was striking to me because you don't always hear these things until years later. But the fact that Greer was the guy that pushed for Minka, which, by the way, was an exceptional pick. Minka is an incredible player. He's a little bit of a baby. I mean, I say that now as a salty Dolphins fan because I would have loved to have Minka, but we have Holland now, so I don't care. You can go, bye, Felicia. But Greer went out of his way and stuck his neck out for a guy like Minka. Unfortunately, it turned sour, but it was the right pick. Minka's a great safety, and we got compensated for him. So you can't be mad about it. But I do think Greer has the conviction to go out and get the guys he wants, and he's shown that he can get them at a great deal. Huge. It's huge. It's been a great day. This is a good day for Miami Dolphins. Greer was right. Minka is top 10 at this. Absolutely. Minka's top 5 safety right now. He's still in his 20s. He's young. Minka's top 5 safety easily. Holland is going to be there this year. If he even marginally improves over last year, he will be a top 5 safety in the league. Without a doubt. And the fact that we're running the same defense, right? We have the same defensive coordinator, and people will say what they want to say, but the guy was the guy. He was calling defensive plays all year long. If you don't believe that, I mean, I love conspiracy theories too, but it's just conspiracy theories that somebody else was calling defensive plays. He said it, and literally nobody else has refuted that, okay? So the fact that we're going to be running basically the same defense with the same guys, we're running it back on defense. There's no reason why we won't have a top 10 defense and why Holland will not be a Pro Bowler this year. He should absolutely, if he plays the way he did, he should absolutely get a Pro Bowl consideration. There's no reason to think that Jalen Phillips will not have a great year because he's going to come out swinging better than he did last year. You have to believe that. If you don't believe that, you just don't believe in Jalen Phillips and you just get rid of him because he's useless. Miami's going to be a good team. Now, let's put that into perspective still. Let's bring it in. The AFC is stacked. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. The AFC is a scary place. And there's a lot of good quarterbacks. And just a day or two ago, one more came over in Matt Ryan. And people want to poo-poo on Matt Ryan because he's getting up there in age. Matt Ryan can still sling it. And he's smart. And he's a great decision maker. And he's accurate. And he can still carve up a defense. Believe that. And he's going to a good team. The Colts are going to be a playoff contender. The most exciting thing for me that no one's talking about is Boyer is from the Belichick tree, which is great. Yeah, because they cheat, and I guess cheating gets you ahead. Is that what you... which is great in the NFL, and the offense is coming from the Shanahan tree, and the Finns are rocking both. I don't know who else is doing that. It's always been one or the other. True. Facts. If Boyer, again, Boyer's kind of a wild card. Yes, it seems like he was calling plays. That's what he says. The only person that has not said that is, I forget who it was, somebody's wife, somebody's old lady that went on Twitter and put something else, okay? As far as we know, Boyer was calling the shots all year. He was calling the shots all of the year before. Boyer can run the defense. He's going to do just fine. There are a lot of people that are worried, and I do have a little bit of reservation with Boyer because we did start off the year poo-poo. But again, a lot of young guys on defense. We have to put that into perspective. Jalen Phillips started really slow. He's a rookie. Give him a break. Javon Holland, we all forget, he had such a great year. He started off slow. All things in perspective, this defense is going to be much better out the gate. They should be. They should be better coached. We hope they're better coached. And they should already know out of the gate how to run this defense, who's in charge, what plays to call, and when to call them. The defense, we have everybody. We re-signed all of our linebackers, even though we still need a middle linebacker. We re-signed everybody. We're running it back. Scarlett just signed the other day. They're all here. There's no reason to think that we cannot continue the success that we had last year, the end of the year. They need to. If they come out weak, we're screwed. Either way, it doesn't matter how good our offense is, how much better our offense is from last year. They have to come out strong. Boy, I'm gonna step away for 5 minutes. I'll read this. Practically not turnover cohesive is key. Yes, no turnover. You have to have consistency. Especially, and I've said this over and over and over again. It's another reason why, another excuse that I give for Tua, because you can't expect a young quarterback or any young player, not just quarterback, but particularly a quarterback, to have success with the turnover that he's had to deal with. The revolving door at wide receiver, right? The revolving door at offensive coordinator, the revolving door at QB coach, the revolving door at offensive line. No more. This is the year, and it's crazy to me that Flores wasn't able to do it in 3 years. To put a solid team together that can just be where they need to be. It feels different this year that everything's in place to be successful. Now they just need to what's the word I'm looking for? They need to do it. They need to act on it. They need to actually get the job done on the field. They're in the right place to succeed. They know what to do. Do it. Maybe if Flores was here one more year, we would have felt this way too. We'll never know. But it never felt like the team was in the place to succeed like it does now. And maybe that's just Dolphin, me being a Dolphin fan, living in the moment and deliver on expectations. Maybe I'm a naive Dolphins fan and, maybe I felt this way before, but it feels like things are falling in place. Now we just need to do what's asked and to I'm missing the word. It's not deliver. It's really annoying me. You need to execute. Holy shit. We need to execute. You have to execute. All the pieces are there. Just do it. Nike, sponsor me. Okay, guys. I'm going to step away for 5 minutes because I need some water. But hang out. I'm going to put some music on. Some chill music while you wait. And for anybody that's here, if you're not following already, maybe you want to follow me. This is the kind of thing you can expect. I play games sometimes. Today I just wanted to come on and talk. I wanted to get some of this stuff off my chest, but sometimes I'm playing a game, sometimes I'm doing wacky stuff. I don't know, guys. Just hit the follow button. I'm going to put some music on, some royalty-free lo-fi hip-hop. And if you're in here already, Weak Path, go share the stream on your socials. Tell your friends to come chill with us. Talk, the more the merrier. As a wise man once say, more people is always better than less people. Okay, I'm gonna put some music on, and I'm gonna step away and get a drink. Goodness gracious, I have the burps. I don't know if you can hear the music. Oh, now you can hear the music. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. We are back. Oh, this music is... Mm. 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 Love it. All right. We are back. So, is the music too loud? Is the music okay? I'll lower it a little bit. Maybe it's loud on my end. What music? You don't hear the music? Oh my goodness. So it wasn't loud enough at all. No. Okay. Okay, what do I... Now you gotta hear it. Now you do. Okay. Oh my gosh. I was like, I didn't want to leave you hanging like with nothing. I was like, let me put some music on for the boys. Something for the boys to listen to. I don't know if you can hear it. Okay, that's kind of faded away, but anyway. So I got me some bubbly. Which is not going to be great for my burps. So I'm probably going to keep burping. And I'll try not to do it in your ears. Anywho. A lot of really good stuff, guys. So we can... I kind of really want to get some input from you guys on what's next. What's next for Miami? And I'll give you kind of my take on where I think we're heading. And then, as you see fit, you can fill in the blanks. But I really feel like the next steps for Miami is really is probably going to be a center. I guess that's more like wishful thinking maybe than anything else. But I think there's a good chance that we can go out and get a guy maybe like Treader. JC Treader, he's fit. He's available. He's 31. But he's good. He's pretty good. He's an upgrade. I really think we do need to have some veteran presence outside of Terron Armstead on the offensive line to kind of help mentor and coach up the younger guys we have on the team. I don't think they're all bad. I don't think Jesse Davis is trash. I don't think Liam Eichenberg is trash. I think these guys were poorly trained. And they were thrust into activity, and they were forced to kind of learn on the job. And that's not a great way to learn when you have to basically succeed from day one. Some guys can. Some guys can come in and just ball out of the gate, but that's not always possible. Sorry, just writing. Talking with my buddy Dougly Do Wrong over on the YouTube side. Might stop by and talk and chat for a little bit. Jesse Davis paid to basically play out of position for the last 2 years. Exactly. He's not. We haven't put a lot of these guys in positions to be successful. Honestly. They've had to kind of shuffle him around, and that's just out of necessity, right? All of these guys have had to do things for this team based on necessity and not necessarily being put in a position to succeed and excel in places that you're good at. And that's a big difference from Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel has been from day one all about, I want to find out how I can maximize talents, how I can get the most out of guys and put them in position to succeed rather than just filling roster spots and shuffling guys around just to make something work. So I think we're in a much better position than we were a year ago. Time will tell on some of this stuff. Another avenue I'd like to go in free agency, I would like to get another wide receiver. We talked about potential trades that could happen. Maybe it happens. I don't know that it'll happen. It really seems like the focus McDaniel's putting is on the offensive line and boosting our run game. So we'll see. I don't think people realize the significance of signing Armstead. This puts Miami in position to be 2 to 3 moves from the perfect offseason. It's also a win-win no matter what side you on. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's 1,000,000,000% right. You literally hit the nail on the head. Terron Armstead is going to make the other offensive linemen look better, right? Because Terron Armstead can take on double teams. He can take on two rushers at once. We've seen him do. I mean, there's photographic and video evidence of this man manhandling defensive linemen. We know he can do it, and he's going to solidify whatever side of the line he's on, whether they keep him at left tackle or whether they shift him over to right. He's going to solidify this offensive line in a way that we haven't had in... I mean, even Jake Long is not on this level. I mean, maybe they're on a similar level of injury proneness, but I'd like to take that center, but I do feel that every offensive line signing is another sign we're giving up on young guys. I'd like to get a middle linebacker. Absolutely. We need to develop the young talent we already have. What's up, Color? Color's in the house, everybody. We're just vibing, dude. We're just talking. Are you still streaming over on YouTube? You will be. Oh, I thought you were just... I thought I saw you. I thought I saw you streaming before I came on. But maybe I was watching a recorded. We should get on Discord or something and chat it out. Absolutely. Are you already in the Discord? Because I can bring you in and we can talk about it. I'm glad I caught you streaming because I at least been wanting to do this for you. I appreciate it, Color. Really do. Today, I mean, usually I've been playing games, but today, you know, with the Terron Armstead news, I just wanted to come on and talk and get some stuff off my chest without, you know, waiting for everybody else to get on and talk. It won't let me give you bits. No, because I have to become affiliate. I'm not Twitch affiliate yet. I'm close. I'm like 20 followers away. I haven't been streaming a lot just because work's been crazy and life's been crazy, and I've been doing a lot of stuff around the house. Summer's, you know, we're getting into spring, so anybody that's a homeowner, you already know, you got to cut the grass, got to get the garden going, like all this shit. So it's been busy, but I want to get back on. That's what it came from. Oh man. Well, listen, you can hit me up on Cash App. No, I appreciate you, Color. I know everybody that's in here probably already knows who Color is, but for anybody watching the recording, go check out Color Commentary on YouTube. Great takes and an even greater voice. That should be your tagline. Good takes, great voice. It's a travesty. I'll make sure the fam hears of it. Listen, Color, send the community over here and have them follow me so everybody can give me bits. It'll be that's how we'll do it, and then you can give me all your bits. I'll just take all the bits. Is there any Steven Universe fans in here? I'm really not a big Steven Universe fan, but my wife is. She loves, and that's what they say. They talk about the fry bits. They love having the leftover pieces of fries from the fryer. Sure. I appreciate you, Color. You're the best. And I'll definitely, if you're keep it in lurk, absolutely. When you let me know when you're on, and I'll hop over to your stream too. And are you gonna have people on? Or are you just gonna kind of talk yourself? Awesome. Mike is doing open mic. Gotcha. That's cool, dude. Yeah, I'm definitely when he opens it up, I'll probably head over there. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, he usually talks a little bit first and then has people on. Yeah, so maybe I'll stay on stream and I'll talk while I'm on stream. That could be interesting. I might check that out too. Absolutely, dude. Open mic. Mike is great over there. Chris comes by every once in a while too to the stream, and the whole gang over there is top notch. We have a lot of fun on the panels. It's a lot of fun in general. Went early tonight with CC instead of TMI because Tonk canceled. Rip. Yeah. I shot a message to Chris too. But Chris stops by a stream every once in a while and hangs out. But he's super busy. He's usually running the streams over there on YouTube. So, can't blame the man. He's doing his job. But Color, I'm interested. Did you catch TD's stream when the Armstead news break? We can at least lurk. I appreciate that always, dude. 1,000,000,000%. Not yet. Okay, well, I don't want to spoil it. Spoiler alert. I had to leave the stream, honestly, because it got a little negative, which Chris was breaking it earlier than all. I did see he put out, he got on early and he was on there for like 10 minutes. We were on stream, yeah. Yeah, it was, I'm not going to lie, he had some okay things to say, but there was a lot of negative. I love TD. I love, I know he talks from the heart and he means it, but your show went at 8:30. Yeah. Man, it was just tough to hear, because everybody's stoked, right? Everybody's really pumped about this signing, this Terron Armstead signing, and it just seemed he just found a way to kind of bring the mood down. I wasn't looking for that today. This is a big signing. This is a really great signing. Not just as, again, and I've said it already on stream, it's not just that we got a great tackle. We got a great tackle at a bargain price. I mean, he's practically free. Yes, it's a 5-year deal. I didn't like that it was a 5-year deal, but you got to be fair. You're either going to give him the money or you're going to give him the years. And I'd rather give him the years than the money because we're getting him for $18 million a year, base salary, $8 million a year guaranteed. It's chump change. He really just wants to temper expectations. That's fine, but nobody's expecting Terron Armstead to win us a Super Bowl. Okay, anybody that does say that is crazy, and I'll call you out on bullshit on that too. If you come in here and say that Terron Armstead is the difference maker for this team, shut up. You're stupid. He's going to be great on this team. He's going to help the team a lot, and he's going to give us a reason to stop giving excuses for Tua. Yo, my dude, thanks for the stream. Have a great night. I got to get to bed. I appreciate you for stopping by, dude, and hanging out and talking for a bit. And yeah, I'm going to try to get more regular, guys. It's been busy with work and life and everything. But I want to, we'll get on here regularly and we'll hold down this Twitch space. YouTube's a little crowded and, I don't want to, it's not really about competition, but, it's a little bit of a saturation on YouTube. And I think Twitch is a great place and there's not a lot of Dolphins content here. And it could be a place to kind of grow another community. But, yeah, anyway. Love from Scotland. Stay safe, brother. Appreciate you. So, Ali, are you still up in here, dude? Because I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, if you want to come in the Discord and we could talk, we could chop it up. Cool. All right, let me pop open Discord. Big stuff today, guys. It's an exciting day. Don't let anybody bring you down today. No, Terron Armstead is not going to win us the Super Bowl. But yes, he's made this team so much better. So let's keep it on the positive side, on the up and up. Do, 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 do. Verify. Okay. Let me get the voice chat. And okay, I'm gonna turn the music off here. I've never done a Discord chat on server, so this will be my first Discord chat. So bear with me. Pretty please bear with me. Did I already join the Discord? I think you did. Color. Do you want to hop on the Discord before you go over there? I know you got to hop over there in any second now. Invite. Ali, if you're in the Discord, hop over to the... Oh, I think I have it. Is it long? Hey, buddy.
Loud or anything?
I don't know. I have no clue. I think it sounds all right. In a bit, it's not my show, so I can duck out a little early. Okay, Color. If you want to join, we're in the general voice chat in Discord. If you want to just hop in there, I think. Let me just double check that you're approved. Yeah, color, you should be good to go if whenever you want to hop over in the general chat. So Ali, what's up, dude? Am I saying your name right? Oh, did I lose him? I lost him.
You lost too?
Can you hear? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It
Oh,
was
okay.
I had to turn off the audio from the stream because
It was doubling.
echoes.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
you. Could you hear yourself at least on it?
I think I did, but it kind of cut out while you were speaking, so I was like, oh.
I got
So
you. I got
sorry.
you. No worries. So what's up, dude? How are you feeling? How are you feeling about what happened today with Terron Armstead? What's your thoughts?
All right, I am super stoked. Like, I can't even really explain it. I'm not gonna say we won the Super Bowl or anything, but I'm gonna say I have that feeling because of the fact that of what we've gone not addressing the position of needs year after year. We finally did something for not just the team, not just for the fans, but for our quarterback. During the Tannehill era, maybe 1 year by accident, we actually had the offensive line addressed. But beyond that, they really didn't bring in the players of need. You know what I mean? They tried to work
Absolutely.
with what they had, and a lot of people want to say it's Tannehill's fault. No, I think it's the front office had a lot to do with that. You know, the huge contract we gave Sue and everything. It wasn't really a position of need. You know, I mean, it was, but it wasn't. It wasn't a position where we needed to break the bank on that one player. Okay. Um, so in this case, is a little bit different story. Offensive line every year since I can't tell you how long has been horrible. It's been horrendous year after year. Finally, we go and draft some players that can do something. We have youth on the offensive line. We just needed the cornerstone pieces to be put in place to make the whole thing come together. We went and got ourselves a top 10, in my opinion, passing block guard and a run blocking guard. All right. He does both very well. A lot of people try to knock on Williams for his penalties. I can throw that out the window because that could come down to coaching. He is, as you said, super young, 24 years old. That's a steal to me. What we got him for is a steal. Okay. And we're probably going to have to pay down the road, but look at it this way. The cap keeps going up every year. You know what I mean? Next year, it's probably going to be another 20 million that they add to it. That's what the rumor is, at least. The other part of it is this. So what I was talking about earlier about being a win-win situation, you have the Tourniers or people that are pro Tua. I'm not pro Tua and I'm not pro whoever else. I'm just pro Dolphin. I don't care.
Agreed. 100%. I'm the same way.
So when I say that, I'm talking about the people that are like strongly like we need to do everything we can for Tua.
So
He's
what I
our
was
savior
talking
and
about
everything
earlier
like that.
about
So
being
for them, you finally get the team to back your quarterback up by going ahead and putting the pieces in place on the offensive line and addressing it, bringing in some weapons, and actually showing that, hey, we care. We're going to back you up and build around you. That's the win for them. The win for, and I'm going to go back and forth on this because there's going to be multiple wins on both sides. The win for the non-pro Tua people is the fact that, oh man, we're going to go ahead and address the offensive line. And now, when that quarterback doesn't do well, like we said he wouldn't be doing, they can't blame it on the offensive line now. So that's one win for them. Going back to the Tua people. Well, now we got this awesome offensive line that takes the pressure off of our QB, and now we can address the other positions a little bit more calmly. He's not going to be rushed. The wide receivers are going to be able to do better because there's more time, and the list goes very long. But the other flip side of it, let's go back to the non-Tua people. Non-Tua people are like, well, this is really good because now we address the offensive line. We're going to see better play. If not, we're going to prove our point. No matter who's playing, the quarterback is not very great. And on the flip side of it, and this is where the Dolphins get a win here. They get a win because either the quarterback is going to do a really amazing, or if he doesn't, guess what? You already have the starting left tackle in place when you get that new quarterback in 2023.
Yep.
That's the way I'm looking at it. It's win-win for everybody. Everybody wins here because either we have an amazing quarterback that's going to throw bombs and we're going to be dropping wins from the sky, or we don't have a very good quarterback, but we have a great offensive line, and the quarterback that's incoming, we don't even have to address the left tackle. Look at all the teams that end up rebuilding. They always have to go ahead and address the left tackle or some type of offensive line position before they get the quarterback. We already have the offensive line put in place for the most part. Now, what I was saying about 2 moves away, we're about 2 or 3 moves away from having the perfect offseason. For a bunch of tackles, like people say, be that. But I also think we need a middle linebacker, and then we need that final weapon piece that we've been rumored to have trade talks with people. That's my take.
Yeah, great takes, dude. 100%. There's I don't see how this can go bad, right? How this could go sour, unless he week 1 tears as a knock on wood, God forbid. I don't want to speak this into existence, right? But unless he something terrible happens out of the gate, there's no way that this can go bad. Like you said, it's a win-win-win-win-win-win. Everybody wins in this scenario. The biggest thing for me is that there's no more excuses for Tua, right? He's got Waddle. He's got Gesicki, which I know a lot of people are on the fence about Gesicki. He can't block, whatever. What we do know about Gesicki is he can catch the damn ball, and he's good. He's good at it, all right? Young quarterbacks need tight ends who can catch the ball. It's like the safety security blanket, right? You throw it, he's there, he's going to catch it. You've got Jalen Waddle. We've got other pieces. We've got the run game now, and we've got the offensive line to facilitate the run game. There's no reason why Tua cannot succeed in this offense if he has the gifts, if he has the talents, if he has the tools that we think he does, which I still think he does. Look, I don't know that talent just disappears. You know, injuries aside, Tua was great in college. Like, we haven't seen Alabama Tua. We haven't seen it, right? And whether that's just because he had great, I don't think that it's just because he had great wide receivers in Alabama. Because even when guys were open, he was hitting the guys deep. He was hitting them deep, and he was hitting them on point. He was, there's no reason why we shouldn't see a Tuscaloosa Tua, but we haven't yet. And whether that's due to injuries, which I do think is a part of it, whether that's due to mental stuff, which I'm very concerned that may be a reason, but I think if he feels more confident in his offensive line, he won't be so nervous about holding on to the ball for more than 3 seconds. Pardon. He's not going to be worried about holding on to the ball for more than 3 seconds because he's got an offensive line that can give him that time. And where Tua really falls off is when he's got to hold on to the ball. It's blatantly obvious on film, and it's even more obvious when you look at the stats. And I can pull up the PFF report on Tua, but it's obvious. He's not good when he has to get to his second and third read. He's just not. And some people will say, well, it's because he can't read defenses, or, well, it's because he can't throw the ball, or, well, it's this. I don't think it's any of those things. I think some of it is probably, rib injury is not a good one. Finger injury is not a good one, and he had to deal with those two this year. I think a big part of it is mental. If you don't feel confident, if you're in your offensive lineman, to keep you safe and to keep you upright for longer than 2 seconds, you're going to be frantically trying to get the ball out once that first read is gone. And that's what we saw with Tua. He just, after the first read, he falls apart. He just can't get past that first read because I think he's just terrified for his life. What do you think about that?
I completely agree with you. You are 100% right. I think it is all mental, and his confidence is shocked right now. That's the problem. That injury messed with him because he had to go through so much to prove that he's still the guy. It messes with your head, and I feel like we didn't give him a fair shake from the get go. We kind of threw him to the wolves. He really shouldn't have played in 2020, in my opinion. He should have sat the whole year out. Even some of the
Yep,
greatest
yep,
quarterbacks, Rodgers included, even Mahomes, sat. Rodgers I think sat for what 3-4 years
yep. He
before
only
he
came in after
Lamar finally left.
after he got hurt.
Yeah, so, and Mahomes, the same thing. Mahomes sat a whole year behind Alex Smith learning, and actually learning the offense. So when he came in, you didn't see these mistakes. The
Yeah.
same thing with Favre. You don't see these mistakes. You throw someone to the Wolves in less than 6 games, you imagine what's going to happen to that person. One, he has to worry about his injury that's still nagging because that type of injury, it takes about a year and a half to come from. I mean, no, I won't take about a year and a half. I want to say it takes about 2 to maybe 3 years to really fully come back from it, to be honest. At least that's what I've been told. Um, so you have all these things that we did. You have a nagging head coach that wasn't the biggest fan of you and didn't really have any type of confidence in you at all, or showed that they supported you, supposedly. I'll say supposedly because and to be honest, the whole thing is just a bunch of she said stuff. Um, so you have all these things. It's all mental. You know what I mean? You have players supposedly, saying that they don't want to play with you, and all these other things going on. It's all with the psyche. And that's really why I think they brought in Mike McDaniel, because the psyche part of it is something he masters at.
Yeah.
He gets in players' heads and basically not, I don't want to say makes them, but he actually gets them to believe not only in him but in themselves as well. And I tell people that don't be surprised if more players, 49er players specifically, not necessarily this year, maybe next year, get traded to us because they believe in him. You had
Yeah, we saw it with
Cooper-
Flores when we just talked about that on stream. Flores bringing a
Mhm.
bunch of guys from the Patriots. I wouldn't be surprised. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
But these are players, not just from the
I know
49ers
what you
though.
mean. I
It's
know
a
what you
little
mean.
bit, you know what I mean? So here's the flip side of it though. You look at who's the tight end from the 49ers? I can't think of his name right off the top of my head.
Not Kelsey. He's the Chiefs. It's oh my God, I'm
Yeah, you know who
terrible
I'm
with
talking
me.
about, right?
George Kittle.
Kittle, yes. Kittle voice chats
Listen,
with
I'm sorry to
video
change.
chat.
Like, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if we steal George Kittle from the 49ers, my wife will kill me. She's a 49ers fan. She loves George Kittle. It's going to be lights out for me, guys. I'm going to need some prayers if that happens.
But for real, think about this though. The guy video chats on whatever messaging system he's using. Maybe it's an iPad or something. With our coach, who's not even his coach anymore, in the middle of the Pro Bowl saying, "Hey, coach, I scored a touchdown." Who does that? Who does that? You could have called any coach. You could have called your own coach. You could have called your wife. You end up calling someone else's team's coach. That should tell you right there. There's some admiration and some belief in our coach. And the people say that he can't coach. That's crazy. Now here's the other part of it. Did you watch the media video with Moser?
I haven't watched it yet. Maybe I can pull it up on stream if you like.
That's up to you if you want to. It's kind of long and drawn out, but I'll just get to the highlight of it, right? He says when you see Coach McDaniel coach on the practice field versus what you see him in press conferences are two different coaches. He
Yeah.
actually is very demanding and expects a lot from you, and he's going to give you as much from him as you're going to give him. And that's something I was really happy to hear, not because I didn't believe it in him. I believe in our coach 100%. But I wanted that for everybody, all the doubters out there that really feel that this was not a good move by the Dolphins. You have no idea how many people really want this guy on their team to not necessarily be a head coach, but in any position. We tried to get him the year before. You know what I mean? There's a reason for that.
Yeah,
That's my
absolutely.
story. So
100%, dude. I have been really impressed with what I've heard about him between him and players, right? It's been very positive, more so than other guys, right? When you get a new coach, there's always going to be a little bit of that, the fluff, right, that you're going to hear, because that's what good like friends do, right? Like if my best buddy just got a new job, I'm going to hype my butt up to his new employer, right? If I run into that guy on the street, I'm going to hype him up, right? That's what a good person does. When you know somebody that's getting a new position, you hype them up. We're hearing a lot more about McDaniel than we've really heard from any previous quarterbacks, right? Or coaches. The one that always comes top of mind is Adam Gase, right? When Peyton Manning, gave us his glaring review of Adam Gase about how, he did this and that. Let's be real. Like, Peyton Manning was Peyton Manning before Adam Gase was anybody. And the same thing with Jay Cutler talking about Gase. Cutler didn't really say much about Gase, but he did say he had his best year with Gase and he helped him become a better quarterback. And hey, that's what we hoped we'd get. But that's really all we heard. And from Flores, we heard some similar things from really only defensive players, which makes sense. He's a defensive coach. But we didn't hear a lot of, man, I love that guy. He's a great guy. It seems like players, the way that they talk about McDaniels, like they'd give the shirt off their back for the man. And that's, again, we talked earlier in the stream about being the leader of men. Those are the things you want to hear these guys say, that, they'd be willing to give the shirt off their back for him. Not just, oh, he's a great coach and he made me better. Those are nice things too. And they're also saying those things about McDaniel. But it really seems like they're going above and beyond to really kind of drive home the point that he's smart as hell. And he's a great people person, and he can connect with players in a way that other coaches don't. And I think that the league is really moving in that direction as far as, being more, again, a lot of the guys that are coming in are millennials. I'm a millennial. Lee, I don't know if you're a millennial too, but I'll just throw an assumption. You sound pretty young. Okay.
I'll take that as a compliment. I'm actually older than what people think.
Okay, then I take it back, old man. Boomer.
Oh man.
No, I'm joking. Listen, I'm 31. Okay. When we grew up with 90s kids, those are the kids that are coming in now, and kids that were born later in the 90s, early 2000s now. It sounds really weird, but that's the reality. We grew up differently than the other generations, than the Gen Xers, right? We grew up getting participation trophies and, talking about feelings and mental health. How many times before the year 2016, 2017 did you hear about players taking time off for mental health? That wasn't a thing, dude, in the NFL. We just heard people just disappearing, right? Like, so-and-so just didn't show up to football today. But now we're hearing, well, they're taking some mental health time because that's an important thing. This is a different generation of players, and they need to be coached differently.
There's only one player that I want to say in the last 20 years, maybe, that I've heard doing that. Well, actually, maybe two. I know one for sure, and he was a Miami Dolphin, and that was Ricky Williams. He took time off for mental health.
Ricky Williams has been way ahead of his time for years.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. And trust me, I'm a huge fan. I love me some Ricky Williams. I just he was the only person I knew of. He's the only person that I knew. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to announce this on air. My 1-year-old son just walked completely across the room by himself for the first time.
That's dope.
Yeah. So
what?
My wife is yelling from the other side of the room. I'm like, oh my god, what's going on?
Oh my gosh, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Congrats, that's awesome. I got 2 kids.
Oh yeah, I have 3 kids.
Dope.
Yeah. So anyway, what I was saying, I don't mean to cut off subject. I apologize.
That's okay. No, not at all. You don't have to apologize.
So Ricky Williams is the only player that I know that done that. The only other person I think, and quote me if I'm wrong, Ryan Leaf. Didn't he have some kind of issue like that?
Good point. Maybe, I don't know.
His was like really messed up. Like they were both kind of like drug related, kind of substance related. His was like, I know. Okay, Ricky Williams' issue is that he had an issue being in front of people, and like a social interaction issue with people where it affected him. It affected his psyche. Right, that was the issue that Ricky Williams had, and I believe he's done some documentaries recently that's part of why smoking cannabis and stuff like that has really helped him. So I think that's where that led to him going down that lifestyle. With Ryan Leaf, I it was all over the place. It was alcohol, there was drugs.
It was a little more involved. Yeah,
he got into some major trouble. In fact, I think he went to prison, and then somehow recently I found out he got his like act together and like became like complete sober, and he's like a motivational speaker or something. I read that somewhere. Ryan Leaf.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he had kind of that's always been an interesting story. The whole Ryan Leaf. That whole draft night craziness. It's been an interesting story. I'm gonna have to look it up though. But yeah, I mean, to your point though, like this is just a different breed of football players, right? They're more aware of mental health issues. They're more aware of the toll that football can take on not only your body but your brain, right? It's a very demanding sport, and guys just don't like to be yelled at anymore. And some people will say, well, it's just because the NFL's soft, this, that, and the other. But this is just society. This is how society is now. We're a different world than we were 5 years ago even. I mean, this is just how it is. So bringing this all around full circle, McDaniel seems like a guy that's in tune with that. He seems to be well aware that this is the way that players like to be coached, and coaches need to coach players. And you see it in other teams. You see it with the Rams. You see it with the 49ers. It's kind of something that's spreading. And if we're now the third coach of this Shanahan coaching tree that's kind of been more, of the friendly coach, right? The more friendly head coach, the guy that's more personal, that, works with players individually and works to suit their, the way that they learn. Another big thing that we heard about was tailoring teaching with individual players to how they prefer to be taught, right? Tua is a visual learner, we've heard. He doesn't, throwing a playbook in front of Tua is just not the way that he learns best. And I can really sympathize with that. I'm somebody who struggles my whole life. I've never been diagnosed or anything, but I probably have ADD or, some form of it in some way or the other. And for me, it's always been difficult to just sit and read a book. My wife is she loves reading books. She's actually, and I'll plug it here, she just finished writing her first book that's on pre-order now. And I wish I could sit and read her book, and I just can't. I've read maybe one book through my whole entire life, and it's just because I don't learn that way. I don't work that way, and I'm not the only one. I think, these younger players that have grown up with electronics and social media, we all have kind of like this smaller attention span. We're used to. That's why TikTok is so popular. That's why Vine before it was so popular, because it was small, digestible chunks of information and content and entertainment, and instant gratification and instant, absorption of knowledge. And we're just used to that. And it's good if you can tap into that in a way that it seems like Mike McDaniel has been able to. That's a competitive advantage you have over other teams, especially all these older head coaches that have been very successful. The Bill Belichick's, the Sean Paytons of the world. Sean Payton's not in the NFL anymore. But you get my point that these guys have maybe been doing things the same way for so long, and, it's hard for a tiger to change his stripes. But this could be, again, us getting a step ahead of the ball game, so to speak. And it could give us, again, that competitive advantage that it seems like has worked for the 49ers. They've been a really competitive team without an elite quarterback. They've been to the show. They've been at the step of the Super Bowl, right? The doorstep of the Super Bowl. And they've done it all without the greatest quarterback in the league. Jimmy Garoppolo's, an above average quarterback. And if Tua can be above average, we absolutely have a shot to be a playoff team, to be a Super Bowl contender in this offense with this coaching staff, assuming what I believe is correct, that Mike McDaniel is able to work with players in a way that's different than others. That could be the competitive advantage that we're looking for.
Definitely. I completely agree with that take, and it's well, we're gonna see what happens. Definitely.
Absolutely. Anything else you want to talk about while you're here?
That was pretty much it, man. You took
Yeah, I got
my
you.
major take. My major take was what you mentioned in the beginning of the stream about some of the moves that we could still make.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've been talking to teams about a wide receiver. I mean, it's already been reported, so I can kind of talk about some of it, but like, not a lot of people know this, but Miami Dolphins were in talks with the Packers about trading for Devontae Adams. That got reported.
Yeah.
We were involved in those talks. So I mean, people don't realize that it's been reported that we've talked to the Chiefs about Tyreek Hill supposedly.
Wow, that would be massive.
And it's been reported that we've even talked to the Seahawks about their wide receivers. So we've talked to all these teams. You can't tell me that we're just talking just to talk. We're looking at what our options are for that weapon. It's just a matter of time, when we find the best option for us. If it's the Vikings, I want to say Justin Jefferson would be the guy I want. I mean,
I'd be down for that in a heartbeat.
I don't see us going to get Cook. I mean, that's the other option. The other option is Thielen, but my thing with Thielen is that I don't think he can take. Well, he's not a bad receiver. Don't get me wrong. He's one of the best. Yeah. Trust me. I've known this person before anybody knew who he was, to be honest. But I think that for what we're looking for, We're looking for a number one wide receiver that can take the top off. And
Yeah.
I think off the defense. And I think
Like
that's
you're talking about like a Tyreek Hill type guy, a guy that could stretch the
kind
field.
of, but I also think Waddle can move in that
Yeah,
position.
I was gonna say we kind of have
And
that
I think Cedric Wilson can move into Waddle's position, as in the
in
slot.
the slot.
But I also think you need a wide big man receiver on the other side, the other outside,
Yeah.
to
Well,
take
I
off on the
mean,
other side.
we have DVP. He's lost a step. In fairness, he's lost a step because of injuries. He's not as explosive as he once was, but he still has that potential, that jump ball potential, a guy that you can go out and throw it up and he should be able to bring it down. But I don't know. It seems like they've been way too eager to like shopping him. I don't know that they keep him around, but Devontae Parker could still be that guy if he's healthy. He's a 600-yard guy easily, when healthy.
Definitely. If he could stay healthy, here's my issue with Devontae Parker. Okay, when he was in college versus when he came to the pros, two different players. Okay. Yes, I understand he had a foot injury right off the bat, and he had to have surgery. I get that, but I don't really think he's really put in the time and effort to really construct his body to maintain the proper health that's needed to be a starting wide receiver in the NFL. And if you ever look, he always gives us like 4 to 5 games where he balls out, and then he's injured for like 4 or 5 games. You know what I mean? It's like a never-ending circle that happens. That's my take on Devontae Parker. I really feel like I don't think he's worth the money that we're paying him, the $8 million. I could see us trading him. I know the Packers need a wide receiver right now. So that might be a destination since he's cheap and he only has 1 year left on his deal, I think. Right? I think it's about 1 year.
Yep, sorry, I didn't realize
So
I had my mic muted.
that's okay. So yeah, I think it's about 1 year that's left. And I feel some people are trying to say Cedric Wilson is Devontae Parker's replacement. Yeah, but I kind of feel like they're two different type of players personally.
I mean, he could be. I feel like he's not necessarily filling that role, but he is going to take up some of those snaps, right? I don't think Devontae Parker is the number 2 guy now at this point, basically. He's definitely going to be the third guy, but he's not going to be taking over the role of Devontae Parker. I think you had a great point that he's probably going to fill in at the slot where Jalen Waddle was, and then you push Jalen Waddle out where he belongs, out wide. And then you have and this is where I think Devontae Parker could excel, is being that third wide receiver. He doesn't have to be in every snap now, right? You can manage his snaps, and you can manage, again, the only way that you can really avoid a guy getting injured is just managing their snap count. Which I think they may do with Terron Armstead. Don't be surprised if they, on a certain day of the week when we may be playing a weaker defensive line, that they take him out for some snaps and they throw in one of the younger guys, right?
Yeah,
that you have to manage the snaps. They do this in baseball, with pitchers. It's not crazy, right? If you got guys that are injured often, manage the snap count. When you don't need them out there, pull them out. Right? There's no reason to be throwing guys in harm's way just because.
Definitely. And here's the other flip side of it too. You could, in my opinion, why you bring that other weapon is so your team isn't so one-dimensional. That was the 49ers' fault. Like their only downfall this past playoffs and in getting to the championship game. When you take Deebo out, they start to dwindle off because they don't really have another answer besides Deebo. And once you stop the running game, there's really not much left, right? With us, we don't want to make those same mistakes. You have Waddle, right? You bring in a Deebo, a Justin Jefferson. Who's the big-time receiver from Arizona? I can never think of his name.
Talking about Christian Kirk that just left?
No. They're big time. That
Fitzgerald?
Gets Is it Fitzgerald?
Larry Fitzgerald?
No, not Larry. He came from the Texans. You know who I'm talking about?
Hopkins?
Hopkins. Yeah. You go get a player like that on the other side, you've instantly made the team multi-dimensional.
100%.
You have a run game, you have the passing game because now you have Waddle on one side, and you got I already forgot his name already. Damn, Hopkins on the other side.
Yeah.
Right. So you have this going on. Now the defenses have three things to worry about rather than one thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You also we signed Gesicki. You can say he's a weapon because yeah, he is a weapon. The guy can catch. You know, we're gonna use him in a way that is gonna benefit him the most, and you know he's gonna be another weapon. Now you have all these different avenues of things that could happen that they have to worry about. You know, that's why Chase Edmonds was such a big deal. He can run the ball, but he also can play the passing game and, catch passes. And his yards after catch, which is the number one thing out of everybody we need to pick up, needs to have is very good yards after catch. Now, Gesicki, I can argue, doesn't have the best yards after catch. I mean, he's, in my opinion, not the greatest. I think he was one of the worst, to be honest. But that
sure, he's kind of like a guy. You get him the ball, he runs and he's usually catching the ball in tight quarters, also, right? Which is another reason why maybe yards after catch is not going to look great for him.
No, I really think they got him for first downs. Not like first down,
sure.
Playing first down, but being like, hey, you're guaranteed. I can count on you for 10 yards for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. If he's out in space, he's gonna catch the ball, and if he's in coverage, he's gonna be able to beat out linebackers in the middle of the field, and that's what he excels at. And I've said it before. I've said it from day one. If you keep Gesicki, it doesn't matter if he can't block, but he's gonna be there. You can count on him. He's dependable. He's never hurt. I can't say never, but he's always going to be there, and he's always going to bring the ball in. He's got great hands, and young quarterbacks need that. They need a big time tight end that can catch the ball. It makes a young quarterback's life so much easier having a massive target like that sitting in the middle of the field who you can count on. That you could say, I'm going to throw this ball up and I know it's going to be in a tight window, but you're going to catch it. I know you're going to catch it, right? And it's hard to find guys like that, and that's why they didn't let Gesicki go, especially for $10 million a year or something, or for the year.
I think we're gonna re-sign his deal, and it's gonna be a little bit longer. I think
maybe.
I honestly think he's gonna agree to like 12 or 13 mil. I think that's what he's gonna get at most.
Yeah, I know people are like, he plays out wide a lot. He doesn't really play the tight end. He's really a wide receiver. Well, be a wide receiver then, dude. Like, I hate this. He's a tight end. The reason he's not a wide receiver is because he probably can't excel at that. He's not really super fast, right? He's just big and he's got really good hands, and that's why he's a tight end. You know? And yes, we get it. He doesn't block, but there are running backs who block too, right? We don't pay running backs like offensive linemen, right? We don't pay, fullbacks. There are a bunch of fullbacks, or like the really easy comparison, right, is just tight ends, right? How many tight ends are just blocking tight ends? But they don't ask to get paid like offensive linemen.
That's true.
It's just common sense. You're a tight end. I'm sorry. You're a tight end, dude. Like, you're not going to get paid like a wide receiver, because we've seen when that happens, right? We've seen Jimmy Graham go out and he just sucked afterwards, like, because they're of much is expected from much as it's given. I don't know, whatever the hell the freaking term is, right? But when you pay a guy like $15-20 million a year, you expect him to be elite, right? Like, okay, now you're getting paid like a wide receiver. Go be a wide receiver now, dude. And the fact is, like, that just it never works out when you overpay, guys to do more than what they're really good at. Like, just pay guys reasonably to do what they can do, and you'll have success, right? And we've seen that with Gesicki. He excels at what he does because he sits in that tight end spot, even if it's out wide, right, with the wide receivers. He's not playing against cornerbacks a lot of times. He's still getting covered by linebackers most of the time.
Yeah,
you're tight end, dude. Like, you'll get paid good money, tight end money, but I think you're about right. What did you say, like 12 to 15 mil?
I said 13 at most, I
Yeah,
think is what he's going to
that's
get. I
fine.
mean,
That's
the
fair.
flip side of it, too, you look at it, the Dolphins did something super smart because now just because you tagged him doesn't mean that you are actually tied to him. You can actually trade him very easily with that amount of money, especially since look what Christian Kirk got. That was ridiculous. I'm sorry, but the Jags.
Oh my God. Dude, don't even bring a Christian Kirk here. That guy robbed the Jaguars. Robbed them in broad daylight in front of the entire world to see. He robbed them, and he destroyed the wide receiver market. You notice there's no Juju is like the only like legit guy that's found a team, but nobody else has. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, that's okay. I wanted Christian Kirk here, to be honest, personally.
Oh
But the
sure,
flip
not for that
side,
price.
I would never have paid him the amount of money he got. Oh my God, and he's not even. He's been in the league maybe 2 or 3 years, and he's nowhere near worth the amount of money that he's not. He's not Devontae Adams. I'm sorry. I mean, holy crap, he almost got paid just as much as he did. That's how crazy that is.
He's very good. Christian Kirk is very good. He's like he's a legit number 2 wide receiver, right? Like he's
Definitely.
a threat. If he's your second wide receiver, he's a threat. That's why he was so good with the Cardinals, right? You had Hopkins and you had Christian Kirk. Like you could throw it anywhere. He's a threat.
But
as a number 1 guy,
Parker to be.
exactly.
He's what I wanted him to
exactly.
be.
I would have given Christian Kirk. Like I would have been totally okay giving Christian Kirk 15 mil a year, 13 mil a year.
And
take
that's
it,
what
dude.
he was projected to get, bro. That's exactly
Absolutely.
what he was supposed to do.
That's what would make sense.
Personally, this is what I think. And everyone wants to say people don't want to play with Tua. No, I don't think people want to play with Trevor Lawrence. That's what I think. And I'll tell you why, okay? And I'm not making fun of this, but I've mentioned this on some other streams. You've watched the movie Draft Day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, Callahan, the quarterback that's in the draft. Everyone's like, oh, we're getting Callahan. Everybody wants him and everything. And then the defensive tackle from Ohio State tells him, hey, go watch the tape. Watch the tape versus Ohio State and see what happens. Ohio State in real life did that to Trevor Lawrence in 2 games in back-to-back years. All right, in the playoffs. All right, they hit him so hard. I don't really think he's all what he's made out to be. And unfortunately the Jags are just wasting more years and more money to build around him only to be nothing. And that's just my opinion. Because after he got rattled, and it just takes one hit from Agba or even, Phillips or, one of our, defensive tackles that we have, and he's already rattled. And I guarantee you, in fact, this past season, there was no reason for us to lose that game. That was a fluke, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it was an overseas game, right, in England, in London.
I mean, jet lag is the thing, but...
I mean, both teams have to deal with it, right? But if one team just deals with it better than the other, that's all it takes. But
Jags do play overseas every year.
Yeah.
And they're so used to it, it's not even funny. So for them,
well prepared.
I feel like they're more prepared for it, to be honest.
100%. I don't disagree with you. I don't know. I kind of like Doug Peterson in Jacksonville. I think he's going to succeed there, to be honest. I think he's going to... That's one guy that I feel pretty confident that can do something. I think the Eagles moved on from that dude way too quickly. I mean, I know there was probably some stuff behind the scenes that we don't know what happened. But I think Doug Peterson is probably a good coach. It seems like players really like him, right? He brings like junk food and players freaking love that when he brings the ice cream truck and shit. But for whatever that's worth. But we'll see. I mean, again, Trevor, it's just so hard to me that you have these guys that did so well in college and it just doesn't always transfer over to the NFL. But man, I remember Trevor Lawrence. We're talking about Trevor Lawrence like the next Peyton Manning, right? Trevor Lawrence was like the closest thing we've had since Andrew Luck, right? To like a surefire bet. I mean, and even Burrow, like there was questions of Burrow, like, he's kind of old for a rookie, right? He's 24 years old. We say, 24 years old is old, but like, there was some questions with Burrow. He was the number one pick for sure. But, Trevor Lawrence was like God. Trevor Lawrence was God in a lot
Do
of
you know
people's
who I
eyes.
compare to Burrow? I think Burrow is more like reminds me of John Elway for some reason.
I see it. I could see it.
In Trevor Lawrence, I just think he's overhyped.
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't think the arm is as strong as what people say. If you ever watch his throwing mechanic, and when he gets hit and rattled, I don't think he can take the pressure. That's just my opinion. Now, the flip side of it is that you were talking about Doug Peterson. I think he's a good coach. I think they moved off him too quickly. If you go back and look at it, he hasn't had the best of success with rookie quarterbacks. When I say rookie, I'm not just talking about your first year
You're not
rookie,
wrong.
but even a second year rookie, or even into the third year. Carson Wentz hasn't panned out really. And the one person that did take him was the god backup, if you want to call it that won him the Super Bowl, and that was what's his name? I can't even think of his name.
Carson
off the top of my
Wentz?
head. No, not Carson Wentz. The guy who
No.
went in for him.
But oh my gosh.
Yeah, see, I'm having that same moment right now. He ended up playing for the Bears, but they just cut him. I think they cut him. Who am I looking at?
Why I'm gonna have to Google it, dude.
Yeah, I'm like having a moment.
Nick Foles. What?
Yeah, Mr. Foles.
It's become so irrelevant at this point.
Who actually was a Jags quarterback too.
Yep, absolutely.
And who went in for him?
He went to the Bears, right? And then the Bears just got rid of him. They just released him, didn't they?
Yeah, I think Bears finally just released him. But anyway, I like Doug Peterson. I know the type of what type of offense he's going to put through. He likes to play an RBO type system, So it'll be exciting to see what they do. I just don't think they brought in the best weapons, that they could have. You know what I mean? They brought in Christian Kirk, which he's a great number 2 receiver, as you said. I don't think he's a number 1 yet, but that doesn't mean he can't become it. And then on the flip side of it, you also look at, the other people they brought in. I don't know. I don't really think that I think they overpaid people in fear that they weren't going to come. That's basically what
I don't disagree. Again, that's why I'm surprised again that Miami has been able to make some really good moves at really good prices. Right? These are all really high value deals that Miami has gotten. But Miami is also a team that has had back-to-back seasons with winning records. Miami is a team that has a great defense, right? Miami is a killer place to be for a young guy, right? Miami doesn't have to deal with taxes. Jacksonville doesn't either. But Miami is a little bit more of a better destination, I think, for free agents. And I think
let's just be honest,
where we got lucky.
What city or county do you hear about more, South Beach or Duval?
Without a question. Yeah.
Beach. Well, that's basically what it comes down to.
Not to poop on Jacksonville. It's a beautiful city, but it's not Miami. There's no Miami other than Miami.
It's a nice, beautiful city. I've actually been there quite a few times, not for football, but for other sports. So yeah, I like Duval, but I'm just saying, when people around the world are talking about, hey, where do I want to go on vacation? They think of South Beach or someplace like that. You know what I mean? So that's basically what I was alluding to there. But the flip side of it is, as a football administration, Jacksonville has a history of making moves like this. And I think it's just the same thing, just going round and round and round. I don't really think you're going to get anything different that you haven't seen in the past 20 or 30 years from the Jacksonville Jaguars, personally.
Facts, dude. 100%. Give me just a second here. I gotta send a quick message, a massage. So I'll take this time now to kind of like just plug the channel and everything that's going on. My name's Drew. This is Drewbatron. I'm here sometimes playing games. Sometimes we're just talking like today. I mean, big news with Terron Armstead, and I wanted to get it off my chest, so here I am. But usually, I'm playing some games here. Sometimes we do have some plans soon to do a Dolphins YouTube Madden challenge. I don't have a name for it yet. So maybe you guys can help me with it. But where we've already got a few of the YouTubers. We got potentially Doug might be joining us to do a Madden rebuild. We got Chris over at the Fins Tailgate. Color commentary could be coming on too. And we're going to be doing some Dolphins rebuilds to see who can rebuild the Dolphins the best out of the YouTube community. So it's going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be coming again in the coming weeks. We'll be putting that together, and hopefully I'm hoping to do it on stream if we can put it together right, but it'll also end up going on YouTube. And then just for everybody that knows, we're also on YouTube, we're on Twitch, Drewbatron everywhere. You can find me on Twitter. I got the hot takes over on Twitter, and I usually get roasted over there. So you can roast me here, you can roast me there, you can roast me on Facebook, you can roast me on YouTube, you can roast me wherever you like. And then also, if you're here and you're watching, hit the follow button. Just stick around, come chill with us. We also got the Discord link. If you're over on Twitch, is below the video. You can hop in the Discord, and if you want to come chat with us in voice, you can chat there too. But if not, the text chat's there also. So I appreciate everybody that's been here and hanging out, and I appreciate you, Ollie, for hanging out. Is that your name? I'm just assume it is, but
Are you talking to me?
yeah. Sorry, I switched it over really quickly. That was not a great segue.
It's okay. It's all right. For Twitch, I have my own channel. I haven't
plug
been
it,
on
dude.
in a while. For Twitch, you can find me at Broken Skull live. It's 3 L's in a row, live. Or on Twitter, you can find me as Ali, ALI_DA_Persian. You can find me on there. I have a YouTube channel that's in the works. It's called Broken Takes. That's being manufactured right now, and I'll have a release, episode 1 for you guys that I'll get with Drewbatron and spread the word so everyone can check it out.
Absolutely.
We'll be talking sports and the subjects that people don't want to talk about that happens.
Yikes. I love it.
Yeah. So anything goes. You got a conspiracy theory? Let's talk about it.
Do I have conspiracy theories? Let's segue there, because we talked a lot about free agency and stuff. I got the hottest of takes. I've talked about this before on the Fins Tailgate. I've talked about this before on with TD Fins Talk too over on his channel. I think it's time that we bring it up here, okay? And it's my I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Maybe.
But it's my conspiracy theory about what went down last year with the Miami Dolphins that we haven't heard yet. The behind the scenes.
Mastermind? You want to know who the mastermind is? Because I can tell you right now.
Okay, tell me. Let me see. Let's see if it falls in. If it falls in.
Boyer is the mastermind behind everything.
You think Boyer? Okay, so that doesn't necessarily negate what I'm about to say.
Okay. All right.
So here's my take. Let's be real, okay? Let's take our Dolphins fan glasses off. Let's take our Dolphins blinder glasses off, right? Whatever. Stephen Ross probably did offer money to throw games, right? Is that fair?
Let's just say it's fair that owners try to manipulate the outcomes. Everybody does it. Just because you haven't been caught doesn't mean you don't do it.
Okay. All right, cool. We're on the same. We can agree to that. Hey, what's up, Daddy's little helper? I felt really weird saying that, but what's up, dude? Thanks for joining us. Okay, so we agree. Owners can do funny business, right? And we think that he probably offered money to lose games. I think that's fair. We can all agree that. If you're willing to agree to that, we can go wild, right, with some other things. But let's be real. Steven, if we believe that he paid to throw games, do you also think that he had the boat incident with Tom Brady?
Do I think that actually happened? Is what you're
Yeah,
asking?
do you think Ross actually tried to get Brady on a boat with Flores?
Um, I think that was a thing, but I don't think it happened in the way that everyone is trying to say it did. Like where okay, this is a crazy take, and I don't it's a different subject,
Dude, we're way down the rabbit hole, so go for it.
but I don't think Flores is as innocent as what people think. That's my
I don't
thing.
disagree.
I think that he does have cases about what happened in the Giants situation and it's sort of kind of with the Texans. I agree there are some shenanigans, including I don't want to say the Broncos because to be honest, John Elway always looks like he's kind of been drinking the bubbly, if you know what I mean.
Hmm.
He always seems to look that way, even though when he's not.
Maybe they said that they were coming in on a late flight, and they do have receipts to
They're
back that up.
Yeah, and then you look at it, and if they're coming from Colorado to the East Coast, that's what, depending on what time zone, I think they're what? They're like 2 hours, 3 hours behind us and everything.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah,
They
I agree with you. So there's that. Now, do I think that do I think that Flo came into the coaching position not knowing that the team wanted to tank? I completely disagree with that. 100%ly. And I'll tell you why. One, obviously, when you come in to interview for a job, you want to tell them what you want to do, and then they're going to tell you what they expect of you. Okay? At
not
that
wrong.
point, you can decide, do I want to sign this contract or not? That's stake one. Stake two, if we're not tanking, then why the hell did we trade away, let go, cut or release all of our mainstay best players at that time? Why did we do that? Why did we trade everybody away for no reason? And then we signed a bunch of role players for $1 million, $2 deals
Hmm.
that just like what we're doing now, all right? Except with the exception, we're not releasing players that shouldn't be released, and we're not trading away players that shouldn't be traded away. We're trying to rebuild an offense only within the rebuild. Um, so you have all these people, and you want to try to say that those weren't tanking. Those aren't tanking moves. Those are just challenges. The guy said this in a full interview. When you want to do that, and I'll let you interject. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
When you want to do that, that tells me right there that you knew what they were doing. You knew what they were up to. So that's on the part of saying that he's trying to say he's Mr. Goody Two Shoes innocent. No, not at all. All right. That's part one. Part two. This is the part where I'm going to probably cross a line that people don't feel comfortable. And if you want me to change the subject, we can. I completely understand
No,
that.
this is okay. It's fine.
We're going to go on the racial side of things. And I'm all for social justice. I believe there is a problem, and we do need to take care of it. I do believe the NFL has a problem with it as well. And I think the Rooney Rule needs to be
Isn't it?
reworked to show that it's effective. Okay, I truly believe that. And I do think what they kind of did by hiring somebody without even letting him interview, which places do that. Even my company does that, and I understand why they still interview you. It's because they want to know if you're a guy to talk to in case the person they want says no, and in two, they have you so when they need another coach down the road, you might be a guy they could bring in. You know what I mean? That's basically why they do it still. And every company in the world does things that way, personally. Um, the thing is that on the racial side of it, do I think I'm sorry, do I think that it's okay for him to say that he's doing this because he feels that there's an issue with, racism in the NFL, but when there was a social injustice issue that affected everyone, he tried not to be in the spotlight or take sides or anything. And what I'm talking about is Kenny Stills, okay? Everybody knows he was a big supporter for Colin Kaepernick. Everybody knows he had issues with what was going on in the world at that time, and people were hating on him because he was kneeling, because he's doing it in what he believed in, which I have no problem with because even as a veteran, I'm a veteran. I was in the Air Force for 8 years. I have no problem with it. In fact, I think people should kneel to the flag. Personally, that's my own opinion.
Sure.
But the major thing is when it's affecting everybody, you don't say a word. You try to say, "Oh, we're going to stand for the flag and we're not going to, get involved." And you want to rat out any player that is on your team that's causing problems like this, with the public and everything, and get them off your team. But when it affects you, you go and say something. I'm sorry, isn't that kind of hypocritical? Personally,
You're not
that's my
wrong.
take. And the flip side of it is that do I think some type of racism happened to him? Yeah, there's very probably good chance of it, definitely. All right, but do I think that were you completely innocent? No, I don't. And two, when I think it would have been more effective for you to say something, you didn't, and that's what bothers me. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree, dude. It's a really tough situation. Like I think we all agree, right? Well, first of all, thank you for your service. I wanted to get that in before anything. And I appreciate your take. Hey, thanks for the follow, Diesel Helper. I do think that every person, it's not something that, again, I would do. I wouldn't, I was just told to that that's the respect thing, right? Just for that moment, you take a second and think about the people that gave up the most for us to all be here and enjoy this country. But absolutely 1,000,000,000%, I feel like everybody should have the right to burn a flag if you think that if that's going to get your message across, to kneel during an anthem. I don't agree with those things, but that's why everybody in this, that's why we fought, all these wars, and that's why so many men and women gave their life, was so that we could have those freedoms to do those things. Whether you agree or disagree with why we did those things, it happened, and we're here today, and we have those rights, and it's for a reason, right? You see, and I don't want to get too far down the political alley, but you see what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. You see protesters in Russia being swept off the streets for speaking their mind. Instantly swept off the streets, not like they do in America, where they ask you to leave politely, and then until it gets really messy, do they start trying to, throw pepper spray at people, right? This is scary stuff that people are having to deal with in other places where freedom of speech is not a thing. Yeah, it is. I did have a little bit of a problem that he only spoke up when it became a problem for him. But at the end of the day, it is something that had to be addressed. It was a little odd how he was kind of kicked out of Miami, right, unceremoniously in some ways, and then absolutely blasted. I mean, while the guy's looking for the job, they put out one of the biggest smear campaigns against a guy that I've ever seen an NFL franchise do, right? Usually you let a guy go and he's they just let him go, and but the way that they smeared him was kind of wrong. I don't blame him for doing it the way he did, because he's like, all right, you're going to smear me? Here you go. I'm going to smear you right back. But aside from that, another interesting point that you brought up, and let me just read this chat. The flag is a symbol of freedom. Burning is a no-go, but if you want to kneel or sit, that's absolutely, dude. Like, again, it's absolutely so. I would never burn a flag in my life, no matter how strongly I felt. I would find another way to do it. But I mean, the fact is this is freedom is freedom. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. If you draw the line somewhere, it's either all okay or none of it's okay. And I'm from that standpoint that it's all okay, because I don't want somebody to, because once we start picking and choosing what parts of free speech are good and not good, it's a really, 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 really slippery slope. Like, we all agree, right? You can't yell fire in a crowded area, or, do some of these other things. But, you've got to either draw the line there, or if you're going to draw the line further down the line, then you're opening up a lot of doors. But that's already done. Absolutely. It's done. So moving on. The other interesting point that you brought up that I've never really considered, and I've never really heard anybody else consider, is the fact that, I mean, the season that he was offered money to tank was the season he was hired. And I do find it odd that now that you bring it up, that was this not something maybe that was brought up in a interview? That is very I really hadn't thought of it before now. And it did appear, although I will say the person in charge of making roster moves is not necessarily Flores. That's Chris Greer. Chris Greer is the guy who trades players. Chris Greer is the guy who builds the roster. Flores just tells him how he wants it built.
You're absolutely right, but on the flip side of it, you also think about, you can't tell me that Flores didn't ask them, hey, what is your plan and expectation for this season? You cannot tell me that. You cannot tell me that during the offseason, during free agency and the draft, that every player we traded away or cut from our team didn't raise an alarm in Flo's head saying, hey, what are we doing here?
Maybe it could. I mean, they could have lied.
Could have lied about what?
I mean, Ross could have just lied to him and said, "Yo, yeah, we're gonna win. We're gonna win, dude." And then, once they got him in the building, then they started kicking everybody to the curb. And to be honest, the Minka Fitzpatrick trade is what really kind of triggered the downward spiral of that season, right? I believe it was Minka Fitzpatrick who was like, I want out. And then we also got rid of Laramie Tunsil because it's like, well, we got to get, Minka's gone after a year. Might as well just ship Laramie out. Let's just get a bunch of draft picks. And, and maybe it was at that point, maybe it was at that moment that they realized they fucked up. Maybe the tank started then.
Go back to Mika and that issue. What was his biggest argument?
He didn't want to play multiple roles.
No, that wasn't his big argument. That's the argument that he gave everybody once he wanted to be traded. What the argument he gave, and the reason a whole bunch of people got dropped and traded away, was when he said, and this was the first thing he said, was, these coaches act like they don't even care. There's no game plan. There's no game planning to win the game at all. That was his complaint. They were acting like they didn't care. Coaches that don't care and are not coaching in a certain fashion to bring, like when you play chess, not chess, but any type of strategy board game, for example, okay? There's a tactic that you follow. There's a plan you follow from the start of the game to the end as your strategy to win. When you don't have that game plan going at all, not even a bit, it causes, of course you're going to lose. It causes, players not to have faith in your system or anything. And that was his complaint. They were acting like they didn't care. So if you're going to act like you don't care, what does that mean? That means you're tanking. And he knew it. And that's what he didn't want to be a part of. All right? I have more respect for Mika than that. Look, he goes to another team, plays multiple roles, and gets in the playoffs. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to play multiple roles here? I don't buy that at all.
Yeah, and now Flo's right back with them again on the defensive side in Pittsburgh.
How long that lasts. We'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, we will.
and then what happens? You immediately after you do that, you start to pick on the next guy that's giving you problems, and that was Kenny Stills, and that's what irritated me. Now the thing with Tunsil said he was cool with staying, but the flip side of it is when a team offers you three firsts and some player, Yeah, you're not gonna
Yeah,
say
you
no.
take it. We robbed the Texans. I mean, can we talk about that? We
Yeah,
robbed the Texans.
and then some the next draft afterwards.
Dude, we robbed them. I mean, that one pick turned into Tua, so I mean, if Tua turns out to be a bust, I guess it wasn't that big of a robbery, but still,
Hmm.
to have a
You want to hear?
chance.
You want to know something funny? And people don't realize this. Texans got robbed again, and I will tell you why. So everyone's saying, "Oh, look, Deshaun Watson, he got traded to the Browns and got
You're
or they
right, dude.
was it like 3 firsts they gave him, right?
I was thinking that was going to take 6 firsts. And
Well,
six,
they
the equivalent of 6 firsts, right?
the
Like
amount of firsts don't really matter because I'll tell you why. So they gave him what? I think it was 3 first round picks and something else, I think, right? We'll just stay with the
yeah, it was
first,
three
right?
firsts and like a second, or I don't think
Okay.
there were no players
The
involved.
second and them doesn't matter to me. The first
Yeah.
do. So you just traded 3 first round picks to you from a team that already has a top 10 defense, already has a really good running game, still has a good offensive line, and then has a arguably a really good receiver in Amari Cooper, right?
Yeah, they didn't need it.
And they didn't need it, and they have a decent tight end. So you have all these pieces in place. You still have cap room the way they structured Deshaun Watson's deal to go get another receiver for him or two. And they could draft one, to be honest, with whatever remaining draft picks they have. But the main point I'm trying to make here is that you think that pick is going to be a top 10 pick? You're joking yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
unless he's like suspended for half the season or longer, then
That's the
maybe it
only
could
thing
be.
they're banking on. But there's a reason why they haven't traded Baker Mayfield yet. And I don't think his trade comes till week 6 personally. All right. And
That would be very
and
scary.
yeah, and the fact that they have a decent team behind him. Yeah, those picks are going to end up being what the 49ers did with our pick. You know what I'm saying about we're picked
Yeah,
29 because of the 49ers going on the win streak.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going to end up happening, I think, with us. Not with us, but with the Texans.
yeah. I mean, just like let's be honest, like just looking at it at face value, 3 first round picks for Deshaun Watson was nothing. I've been saying it for weeks leading up to the actual trade happening. It was going to take like 6 first round picks because I think the rumored trade that Miami was willing to offer at the trade deadline was like 4 first rounders and a couple players, right? So I was thinking easily this is going to be the equivalent to 6 first round picks, and the fact that it was only 3 first round. I was a little upset because I'm like, man, we could have got that man for 3 first round picks, but everybody's going to have their opinion about Watson, whether or not you want him or not, whether you believe the allegations or not. I don't want to go there, but yeah, the Texans they got robbed twice because Watson for 3 first rounders, man. Laramie Tunsil, we got him for 2. So you mean to tell me like Laramie Tunsil is worth 1 less first rounder than Deshaun Watson? That's crazy. And the
Yeah.
Browns, I mean, committed highway robbery. I mean, they're also going to be paying that man for years to come, and they're going to be paying him a lot of money. But like you said, they did structure it to kind of save themselves in the event he is suspended for an extended period of time this year. I think if they suspend him for the year or something, they can kind of trigger whatever thing that they only have to pay him like, or he only counts like $1 million towards the cap, something crazy like that. I don't know the exact specifics, but it was something pretty crazy. But yeah, dude, like the whole deal with Watson, I'm glad it's over, first of all. But man, to think 3 first rounders is all it took, crazy. But But anyways, getting back on track about this whole conspiracy theory. It's interesting that we kind of went down this road because I've talked in the past about how I think that last year we were also throwing games. And I don't think it was Flores that was throwing games because we already knew he had turned down Ross's offer previously, right? I think Stephen Ross offered our offensive coordinator, and I think he offered our defensive coordinator the same deal or a similar deal to what he offered Flores and what Flores turned down. And I'll explain why. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? We had a 7-game losing streak where particularly our defense looked atrocious. They were awful through that 7-game lose streak. I think he paid Boyer money to throw games. So people say, well, how is a defensive coordinator going to throw games? Well, you don't have to directly throw games, right? As a defensive coordinator, you're calling a certain amount of the shots, right? Boyer, to our knowledge, he says he was calling plays all year. That's all we have to go off of. So as a defensive coordinator, as the defensive play caller, and as the guy who probably decides where players go on the field, what role that they play on that defense, which I'm sure Flores was also involved in. But if Boyer was calling the plays, I could absolutely see a scenario in which maybe he doesn't call the most optimal play. Maybe he doesn't put, and we saw this, there were players in positions that they didn't necessarily fit, right? We saw Jalen Phillips dropping back in coverage, and he was so bad. He's so bad. Don't ever drop that man in coverage because he's awful. Let him go tackle a quarterback. That's his job. And they were dropping him back in coverage. They were doing weird shit on defense, whether you like to agree with me or not. We know that.
Just real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Go
a couple
for it.
things. One, I agree with you. They were doing really weird stuff. I believe there was talks about Phillips playing in coverage because of what he did at UCLA. And in addition,
But he was bad, dude. He was bad in coverage. We saw that.
Trust me, I know. And the flip side of it is that I think they were trying to see what other styles or systems of defenses they could play, and they were almost using it as like scrimmages rather than real games. That's just my own real opinion. The other thing, because you can't tell me that you flip a switch and then everything is all kosher, that they're playing like they're a top 10 offense all of a sudden. That doesn't make sense. The other thing is, bro, I have to get off of here. I gotta take care of my kid.
Hey, no worries,
Sorry.
dude. I'm gonna keep going on the other side.
Yeah, keep going, and I'll keep listening to your stream though. I'll still be here. I just can't participate right now. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, I appreciate you for coming on and spending some time. Yeah, go enjoy your kids, and congrats on the first steps or the first walk across the room.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, buddy.
You
Take
have a
care.
wonderful night. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, take care. All right, let me switch it over to the me view so I can be the center of attention. The center of attention. Okay. So kind of brought up there at the end how we kind of turned it around right after the 7-game win streak, and I kind of have an explanation for that, right? So if we talk about Boyer throwing games on the defensive side of the ball, okay? If maybe, again, you don't have to directly throw games to throw games, right? You maybe just don't call the most optimal player. You maybe just don't put a guy in maybe a position that he's most comfortable in. And maybe you could do that on the offensive side of the ball too. We saw that with the offensive line. How many times have we talked about guys on our offensive line being in the wrong position? Guards that should be tackles that should be guards, whatever it may be. So on the defensive side of the ball is the most obvious to me. And we notice that around week 8. It was the Ravens game, right? We won the Ravens game. It was a good game. Defense looked great. They shut Lamar Miller down in a way that no other team really has. You've seen some other teams kind of figure Lamar Miller out, right? They know how to stop him. He runs the ball. Miami let's pull up the stats from that game because they're astounding. They absolutely dismantled Lamar Miller in every sense of the word. Give me a hot second and I'll pull it up. Let me turn Discord off. Let's Dolphins Ravens. Lamar Miller in general kind of had a down year, if we're being fair. But it really started with that Miami game where the defense just obliterated him. So, I mean, just pulling this up quickly. Lamar Miller, 26 for 43, 238 yards, a touchdown and an interception, and running the ball, doing what Lamar Miller does best, 9 carries for 39 yards, which, again, for Lamar Miller, those are rookie numbers. And those are bad numbers, okay? Lamar Miller's a guy who runs the ball really well, and they absolutely obliterated this kid. Anyways, I don't want to overharp on that. The point being, they turned it on. They turned it on in that Ravens game, and that was week 8. So, coincidentally, that was around the time that we got some news later on that something else happened around that time. So that was, hold on. I can't type. That game was November 11th. Now, there was a couple other things that happened around that time. It was in that game where Gerald Alexander was now put in the booth along with Boyer. This was the game that they said, is Gerald Alexander calling the plays? Is Flores calling the plays now? Because this defense looks different. Why do they look so different? The play calling looks better. They're putting players in position to succeed. So that's when the whole speculation of, is Gerald Alexander calling plays now? Is Flores calling plays now? And I'll tell you what it is. Something else happened, by the way, around that time. And I'll share this. Around Thanksgiving is when it was reported that Brian Flores stopped talking to his staff around Thanksgiving, which is the end of November. This was the same time that they put Gerald Alexander in the booth. This is the same time that the defense turned it around and started playing Dolphins defense. Okay? What I think happened is that Brian Flores figured out that Boyer was throwing games. Brian Flores figured out that Boyer wasn't calling the games the way he should have. And when he figured that out, he put his boy, Gerald Alexander, he put his boy up there to keep tabs on things. And once Boyer, obviously once Gerald Alexander's up there with Boyer in the booth calling plays, which again, we've heard Boyer called the plays all year long. But when Gerald Alexander was up there and maybe he was filtering these plays to Flores, that's when things turned around. This is when Flores stopped talking to his staff around Thanksgiving. This is being reported by Dolphins beat writer Marcel Louis Jacques. I always get his name wrong. This is not like a nobody. We know who Marcel is. This guy's not going to put his reputation on the line to lie about this. I don't think it's happenstance that this all happened around Thanksgiving, around that Ravens game that's when the 7-game win streak started. When Gerald Alexander was put up in the booth to keep tabs on Boyer. And the final piece to this puzzle, and it's the most obvious one, it's the one that nobody talks about. Who is still in Miami calling plays, and who is not? Because Brian Flores is gone. Gerald Alexander is also gone. Boyer is not. Boyer is still in the building, and he's still calling plays, and he's running this defense. I believe Stephen Ross offered immunity to Boyer. He said, hey, I tried to get Flores to throw games so that we could get the first pick in the draft, in the inevitable draft that we took Tua Tagovailoa. Okay? He said no. He said, I don't want to throw games. Okay. Ross then tried to get Tom Brady on his yacht. And Flores said, nah, I'm not talking to Tom Brady. That's tampering. I'm a good boy. I don't break the rules. So we missed out on Tom Brady. Folks, just think about that for a second. There's an alternate universe in which we threw games, drafted Joe Burrow, and then we also had the 5th pick in that draft. And we also had Tom Brady. So Joe Burrow got to sit behind Tom Brady for a year. There's an alternate universe in which this happened, okay? Back on topic. Ross was trying to do everything to win, to throw games or to be better or to win. And Flores obviously didn't want to break the rules, and that's fine. I don't blame Flores for that. There are some fans that say, this guy's an idiot. You could have had Tom Brady, you could have had Joe Burrow, you could have had this, you could have had that, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It doesn't matter to me. I don't think you should break rules. Teams do it anyway. That's fine. I'm a mob wife. I'll admit that. Do it behind closed doors. I don't want to see it. And then in the public, I'll say that I don't like it so I can save face. But in reality, all teams cheat. Okay? Points aside. Ross tried to get Flores to cheat, and he said no. He wasn't buying. So Ross likes yes men. Why do you think Grier is still here? He's made good moves. He made a great move today, signing Terron Armstead, okay? To a great contract. But Grier's a yes man at the end of the day. He did stick his neck out reportedly to get Minkah Fitzpatrick, but that's all we've really heard. Grier is a yes man, and and Ross likes that. He wants a guy that's in the building every day, because God knows he ain't, to do what his bidding. And Grier just says, and thy will be done, Ross, and he does it, okay? Ross didn't like that Flores wasn't a yes man. Ross didn't like that Flores, marched to the beat of his own drummer, and he was going to do what he wanted to do, and he didn't like to throw games. And God bless him, but Ross didn't like that. And Ross is the one that calls the shots. So Ross went to Boyer, and maybe he went to Studesville. Okay, I don't know. Or not, the offensive coordinator. And he said, Boyer, I don't like this Flores guy. But I can't fire him after he's got a winning record. I can't. I'll look like an idiot. So he offered Boyer's money to, look, I need to get this guy gone. We need to lose some games so I can fire him legitimately. And he said, in return, maybe he paid him, maybe he didn't, but we do know that he probably said, if we can do it, I'll keep you next year. I'll give you a year. And you can prove that you're a defensive coordinator that can get stuff done. And by all accounts, That's what seems like it happened. Because Miami sucked ass in those first 8 weeks. We were lucky to win that Patriots game. Week 1. Because we very well could have lost that game too. So what happened? We lost 7 games in a row. At that moment, they probably could have fired Flores mid-season. But what happened? Again, around Thanksgiving, week 9, against the Ravens, Gerald Alexander goes up in the booth. The Dolphins defense turns it around. We win 7 games in a row. Lose to the frickin' Titans. And the rest is history. And people will say I'm crazy, that it's, okay. Listen, if Stephen Ross was willing to pay Flores to lose games, you've got to believe he'd be willing to pay other coaches or give other coaches deals to do the same thing. He's desperate. This owner is desperate to win a Super Bowl. He's getting old. We've sucked since Dan Marino left this team. We have been a poverty franchise since Marino's left. This guy's desperate. He was willing to have a meeting on a boat with Tom freaking Brady, dude. And we know it was confirmed. Tom Brady was going to come to Miami, guys. This has been unanimously confirmed. We missed out on Tom Brady. Could you... Oh, God, guys. We could have won a Super Bowl with Tom freaking Brady. But we didn't. It is what it is. But I think Stephen Ross became desperate, and I think he just wanted Flores out. He needed a guy that could come in and be a yes man. And I think he kind of got that with Mike McDaniel. I think Mike McDaniel, he has his philosophy. He's going to make his things, but I think Mike McDaniel's not going to step outside the lines, so to speak, when it comes to dealing with Ross. I don't see McDaniel being that type of a guy. But we'll see. Maybe I'm crazy. If I'm crazy, tell me. Tell me I'm crazy. I mean, I'll tell you you're wrong. Because it's the most believable. There's no other explanation you can have for a team this good on defense to have looked as bad as they did, unless there was some trickery, some tomfoolery going on behind the scenes that we don't know. There's nothing else that makes sense. If you have a better explanation for it, please tell me. Because nobody else that I've talked to, I've been on countless shows. I go on Clock Blockers in the Morning with Stephen D. Been on TD Fins Talk. I've been on the Fins Tailgate. Nobody's been able to give me... I'm on Twitter. Nobody can tell me. They just turned it on. They just got back to playing Dolphins. Shut up. You're crazy, dude. There was some tomfoolery going on. And maybe my story isn't exactly what happened, but something happened. And on the offensive side of the ball, you mean to tell me how many draft picks have we invested in offensive linemen? And ain't one of them been good? I don't believe it. I don't buy it. And I'm going to tell you how we're going to know if I'm right or wrong. If the Miami Dolphins come in week 1 and Tua turns it on, and Jesse Davis is like our starting center and he's balling out at center, and Boyer's calling incredible defensive plays and we shut out whoever we play week 1, you know I'm right. Because there's no reason why this team was as bad as they were in those first 8 weeks. There's no other reason. Other than being put in bad positions and bad play calling on purpose. Why are they like juggling this offensive line all year long? Why did they not go out and get somebody? Why did they not trade for an? We were a team by all accounts that was ready to win. We were a playoff team. Why between week 1 and the trade deadline did we not go out and get an offensive lineman? There's only two reasonable explanations. Let me make sure my hand is in the frame. It's either because there was some fuckery going on. Excuse my language. There's some tomfoolery going on, or incompetence. I don't think Brian Flores is incompetent. I don't think Chris Grier is incompetent. You don't get a Pro Bowl offensive tackle, the number 1 free agency target, for $15 million a year and be incompetent. You cannot be incompetent, and those things cannot happen together. Chris Grier knows what he's doing, guys. Stephen Ross knows what he's doing. I'm not buying the Brian Flores is an exceptional coach. He may be a mastermind when it comes to defensive coaching. He's not incompetent. Neither is Grier. Neither is Ross. Maybe Ross is a little bit. I think Ross is more... He's just not there. He's in New York. He's not a Miami guy. That's why I don't think he deserves to own this team. I don't think he actually cares about Miami. I don't think he actually cares about the community. I don't think he actually cares about the Dolphins. I think he just cares about his image and winning and owning a cool football team. You know, let me just own a football team because that's cool. All right. I don't think Ross actually cares about the Dolphins. But I don't think he's incompetent. There was some tomfoolery going on in that building. And I'm telling you, there's going to be a 30 for 30 about this one day. And when that happens, when I'm an old man, I'm going to go on ESPN. I'm going to say, I told you so, damn it. I knew it all along. I'm going to have a cane. I'll be really shaky. I told y'all. Okay? You heard it here first. Look, if you're here and you like what you're hearing and you're having fun and you're vibing with me, come talk in the chat. We could talk. You know, or if you're here for the first time and, you know, you haven't followed me, follow me. Hit the follow button. You know, I'm going to try to be on here more regularly and hang out with you guys. Look how embarrassing this is. My newest follower thing is why did nobody tell me this was hanging over the edge? This is, I look like a schmuck. Guys, come on. Help me out here. Oh my God, I'm messing everything up. Okay, I switched it. To make sure Daddy's Little Helper is still up there. Listen, if you like what you're hearing, if you're having fun, hit the follow button, you know? I'm trying to get to affiliate. I'd like to do this a little bit more regularly. If you like what you hear, if you like my voice, hit the follow button. I'm everywhere. I prefer Twitch, mostly on Twitch, but I'm currently streaming on YouTube. I'm streaming on Facebook. I'm streaming on Twitch. I think that's it. But come on Twitch, man. I'm here. I'm gonna start putting stuff on YouTube too. But you know, YouTube's it's a little crowded with Dolphins content, and I don't want to put out more content than people want to hear in those other places. So that's why I'm here on Twitch. But I may put stuff on YouTube too. But come stop by. Come talk. We could talk in the chat. If you want to hop in the Discord, we could talk in Discord. Bring you on stream. Tell me your thoughts. Tell me your feelings. But anyways, so let's get off the conspiracy theories for a hot second. I want to talk a little bit more about where Miami goes moving forward. And I want to talk about some free agents that are still available. And I'm going to pop it up on the screen in just a second for you guys. So we can talk about it together. We can connect. Bring it together. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Spotrac. All right, let's pull it up. Let's look at who's still available here, because there are still some guys. I do think we look for a center. Ted Karras, man, would have been a great pickup for Miami, but Cincinnati has been violent. Which, can we talk for a second about how Ross said we were going to be aggressive in free agency? I'm not seeing the aggressiveness. I mean, okay, we got Terron Armstead. I'm not going to complain about getting Terron Armstead for what we got him for, but have we been really aggressive? Like, Cincinnati's been aggressive, right? If you talk to me about being aggressive in free agency, that's a team that's been aggressive. Jacksonville has been aggressive. The Browns have been aggressive. The Colts have been aggressive. I mean, we've got a couple guys. We re-signed a lot of guys, but is that really being aggressive? I don't know. Anyways, J.C. Tretter. I really like me some J.C. Tretter. He's a little old, guys. He's 31. He just turned 31. I'm going to pull PFF up. PFF.com. And we can bring up some of the grades on these guys. Pardon. We want centers. We want a center, boys. So, let's be real. J.C. Tretter at 31. This guy he played all 16 games, okay? You love to see that, especially after you sign a guy like Terron Armstead. He's the number 2 ranked pass blocking center in the league. Run blocking, he's a little down there. Still 17. J.C. Tretter would be an incredible upgrade at center for us. We don't really have a solid center. He's 31 though. But what is a guy like J.C. Tretter going to want? What's his market value? Unfortunately, Spotrac doesn't have it, but with the Browns, he had a 3-year, $32 million deal. That was his last contract that he had with the Browns. 6.5 at signing. He was at $10 million a year. And his total guaranteed was $23 million. So he had a lot of guaranteed money on that contract. But he's 31, guys. This is a guy that you can get for he's probably going to get around the same. He's probably going to get in that $10 million a year range. You can absolutely get this guy. Miami has the cap space, and they haven't cut anybody yet. Do you guys realize that? We haven't cut a single person on this team because we don't have to yet. But cuts will happen. J.C. Tretter would be an incredible upgrade at center. We'd instantly have a top 10 offensive line. Instantly. We're already top 15 probably with just Terron Armstead and Connor Williams. Out of the gate. Top 15. Minimum. I'm saying minimum. J.C. Tretter makes you top 10. Minimum. Likely top 5. He's 31. I get it. If you can sign him 2 to 3 years, 25 to 30 million if it's a 3-year deal, you could do a whole lot worse There's not a lot of other centers, great centers. Matt Paredes is an interesting guy. He's 32 though. Matt Paredes though I think is still injured. He's coming off a surgery, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yeah. He's been out since week 9. He's good, but he probably won't even get any playtime in preseason because I believe he's projected to come back like week 1. Forgive me if I'm wrong. But like this is your next best bet at center. Everybody else is kind of middle of the road. You don't have a lot of great replacements other than that. You know, everybody's kind of up there in age. This is Corey Levin. These are younger guys, but they're not Corey Levin and Donald Stanley. Yeah, we're way down here. These are not great options. These are practice squad guys. Here's Michael. Where'd he go? Here's Michael Dieter, our boy. Greg Mance, our other boy. Trash. I'm the trash man. Oh, I didn't even realize I had snap count wrong. So pass block. JC Tretter's ranked second. These are PFF rankings. Take it for what it's worth. I always say that. I like PFF ratings, especially for offensive linemen, because I'm not an offensive line guru. This is what I have to go off of. Deal with it. Run blocking, he's still, where'd he go? 13th in run block. And overall, top 6 center. He's good, guys. And you can get him. We have the money to get him. Make it happen. There's no reason not to. That's my whole point. There's no reason not to. Why not? Let's look at wide receivers. Not fullback. We have 2 fullbacks. We're good. We're good at fullback, okay? I cannot believe Christian Kirk. This is such an incredible deal for Christian Kirk. I mean, $37 million of it is guaranteed. Wow. It's incredible to me that they made that happen. Let's see. Okay, so let's see who's gone. Allen Robinson is gone. I'm fine with. There are some people who liked Allen Robinson. I'm kind of like middle of the pack with Allen Robinson. He's good, but he's not like, I don't know. I don't think he's a massive difference maker in Miami. I don't know that Allen Robinson is significantly better than what we have in Devontae Parker. He's better, but significantly? I don't know. Cedric Wilson to Miami. Great contract. The money's good. $14 million guaranteed. It's easy money for a guy who's going to be the number 2 wide receiver on this team. Jakeem Grant to Cleveland. Okay, bye. We miss you. I mean, I'd love to have him. He's a great special teamer. Byron Pringle. That's an interesting name. And then, okay, so Juju was the other big name. He's in Kansas City. He can go dance with Patrick Mahomes' brother. That's good for him. Michael Thomas. That's Mike Thomas. Mac Hollins went to Las Vegas. I'm amazed that we let him go, and he signed for only $2 million. We could have signed him for $2 million. I really thought Mac Hollins was going to get like $6 million, $7 million. He deserved it. They $2 million. I'd rather have Mac Hollins over Devontae Parker, if I'm being frank. And getting rid of Mac Hollins, or getting rid of DVP, you save about $3 million. You could have used that on Mac Hollins. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't fit what McDaniel wants to do. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's very odd that they let him go for only $2 million. Give him 2.1 and keep him in Miami. He would have wanted to stay. Or maybe he didn't. I don't know. And that's it. Like I said earlier in the stream, the wide receiver market is dead. And you can thank this man right here, because nobody wants to pay wide receivers right now. So Ty Montgomery is another interesting one. He's in New England. He's going to give us fits. Oh, well. So who's still out there? Everybody's still out there. Julio Jones is still out there. I would love me some Julio Jones, guys. Yes, he's 33. Yes, he's not the same Julio Jones. He's still Julio Jones. He's still good. He's still a name. I'd buy a Julio Jones jersey. He's good. He's good. Julio's good. He doesn't need to be the number one. We have Jalen Waddle. He doesn't need to be the number one. Now, does he want to get paid number one money? I don't know. Jarvis Landry. I would love to have Jarvis Landry back. No, he's not. He's 29. Yes, he's not, peak Jarvis Landry, but he's still good. He's still really good. Will Fuller. No. Never again. Will Fuller's going to go to the Browns probably. He's going to go play with Deshaun Watson. He's probably going to ball out. That finger is going to heal instantly as soon as he lands in Cleveland. I promise you, that finger is going to... He's going to wake up and it's going to be magically healed to play with Deshaun Watson. T.Y. Hilton. No. He's 32. But T.Y. Hilton it doesn't fit in. I don't know what his role would be. Emmanuel Sanders. Probably not. It's going to be a no. AJ Green, another no. I love AJ Green. He's a great guy. He had some great years, but he's not here. And that's kind of it. Sammy Watkins is out there, but he's not the same Sammy Watkins. Albert Wilson is still unsigned. I don't think he'll come back. Deshaun Jackson, no. And that's kind of it. OBJ's out there, but OBJ wants to get paid. I'm not paying OBJ, guys. I'm sorry. D.D. Westbrook's kind of an interesting guy out there, but that's it. The rest of these guys are role players. These are backups. So who's out here really that we could realistically go out and get to be the number 3 behind Waddle and Cedric Wilson? I cheated. Like I said, I would love me some Jarvis Landry. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think he wants to come back. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Landry and OBJ hook up again somewhere. I think they would probably take less money to play together again. And Julio Jones. Those are the only 2 guys that I'd really go out and say they would be great guys on the team. They would be instant upgrades over DVP, and it would work. Because those are 2 guys that fit a specific role. They're, they don't have a market value here for Julio Jones for whatever reason, but they fit a role. They were like they're number 1 receivers, right? They can fill that need behind Waddle on the other side. Because you get Waddle on the outside, you get Jarvis on the outside, or you get Julio Jones on the outside, and then you have Cedric Wilson in the slot. Who do you block? Who do you I'm sorry, not who do you block? Who do you guard? That's dangerous. If DVP, nobody, I don't think people like defenses are really scared of DVP. Yeah, he's a good jump ball guy, but he's kind of like, that's what we know him as. He's a jump ball guy. He's kind of a one-trick pony in some ways. He's good. I love DVP. I love me some DVP, but he also can't stay healthy. So then who's your guy behind DVP if he gets hurt or it's just not work? You know, are you going to rely on a rookie running back? Maybe with or a rookie wide receiver with the 29th pick? Maybe. You know, we have Lim Bowden out there, but you want to put all your eggs in the Lim Bowden basket? I would rather keep Lim Bowden as kind of like a secret weapon type guy. So a guy that you throw out there to change the pace of the game. You know, not an every down guy. We talked early on the stream about some trades. I wouldn't mind that. I would trade the 29th pick for a top wide receiver. Why not? If you think that we're ready to compete today, then you make that trade. It's a no-brainer. It's not a difficult decision to make. You just do it. That's kind of it. I mean, what other holes do we have outside of middle linebacker? You know, thank God we were able to retain Ogba at a great price. I'll say it over and over again. Chris Greer's done an incredible job at keeping guys here, at bringing guys here for a great price. We got Mike Gesicki for at least another year. He's going to be good. He's not going to block. Maybe, look, we say he can't block, but maybe Mike McDaniels knows something we don't know. Maybe Mike McDaniel knows how to unlock Mike Gesicki's blocking technique. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, guys. Go use the potty, go get a drink of water. We'll be back and talk some more. So, yeah, give me about 5 minutes. I appreciate everybody who's hung out, who's listening to me. If you're here still and you're not a follower already, hit the follow button. If you like what you're hearing, if you're having fun with me, you know, jump in the chat. Let's talk. But, yeah, I'll be back in 5. Appreciate you guys. Hey guys, I'm back. I'm just getting set up. Give me a quick minute. So I'm gonna see. I might hop over on the Finn's tailgate and chat over there. So give me just a quick minute. I'll put the camera on. So I'm gonna make sure my boy over at the Finn's tailgate is cool if I come on stream and talk with the guys and gals over there. Miss Finn's is over there. Colors over there. Mike on the mic. Excuse me. In the meantime, how's everybody doing? If you're hanging out with me still, if you're still here, what's up, dude? How's your day going? I hope you're doing all right. I hope life's treating you well. I hope you're happy. Hey, thanks for the follow, Zippa. I hope you're having a great day, dude. I hope something good happened for you today. And if it didn't, I hope something good happens to you tomorrow. I'd really like to, keep my stream like a positive place. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay. I want to keep it a positive place, like good vibes, positive things. I know we talked a little bit today on stream about some less than positive topics, right? It happens, in the world. In sports, sometimes politics come into play. I don't really want to be that here, but we'll still talk about things because it's important. If you're a Dolphins fan, it's part of the team about what we do. So I'm gonna try to hop over here into the Finn's tailgate and see if they're cool if I talk on there while I'm streaming. Yeah, so if we can hop in on the Finn's tailgate, the panel that they do over there. Right now they're talking about whether or not Chris Greer is going to be safe. So would be an interesting thing to talk about over there. Let me. Okay, cool. Yeah, Chris said we're good. So.
to do is to respond to the DVP being a Pro Bowler this year. I'm gonna drop JP.
So yeah, we're about to hop in here
and then I'm gonna bring
the Fins tailgate.
and Crypto on. Crypto, is DVP gonna be a Pro Bowler?
I tell you, if DVP is on this 53-man
By the way, if you're not
roster,
following
we
the
won't win
Fins
no more
tailgate,
than 3
absolutely
games.
hop over there, follow these guys.
Oh, come on.
It's a great group of guys. They're
name
they're
behind
incredible.
mine?
Color was up in
Yeah,
here a little while
DVP, I
ago.
saw it.
He's part of that.
You could throw up the thumbnail
absolutely
too. I mean,
follow
that's
them.
pretty
A lot
good.
easier
not
to
the
bench a
Fins
wide
tailgate
receiver than a
on YouTube.
quarterback. Crypto.
They're everywhere.
I
They're on
love
Twitch
your
also, but they're focused on
Crypto
the
stop
Fins.
hating on the guy.
I
When
do
he
it
talks,
just
he's
for
very
crypto.
Chris is
they're
always
wide
on top
receivers,
of
dude.
the
Apparently they have the hard
trending
time.
news. He posted immediately. He went live immediately when the Terron Armstead signing happened. So definitely follow these guys if you're not already.
Beast. You know it. Yeah, keep on. That's delusional.
Drivatron, hey, you streaming on Twitch, man? Tell people where they can find you.
What's up, boys? Yeah, I'm over here on Twitch right now. We were talking while Twitch at Drubatron, twitch.tv/Drubatron. Yeah, I appreciate it. I figured I'm over here and I saw you guys over. I'm like, let me go hang out with my boys over here.
And lady.
Yeah, everybody go over there and follow him too, because I tried to go give him some bits because I got some like leftover bits hanging around on my Twitch account. And I go over there and try to get him bits, and I can't even give him bits because he doesn't have enough followers.
I know.
So,
I'm
like,
almost
go
there. I
and
got to
follow
get to 50. So, I'd appreciate it if you want to come by and follow.
Bro, I'll check you out, man, but I don't even know how this Twitch thing works, man. Call me an old fogey, bro.
Look,
it's a little bit like YouTube, but it's geared more towards just like people streaming for a long time, and you just kind of sitting there hanging with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't want to make this a Drubatron stream. I came here to talk to you guys because I appreciate all the time we spend.
Yeah, so,
here
okay,
talking.
before we get in, because I'm going to ask you, Dribatron, I'm going to ask you some of the same questions I've asked and just kind of give you a big-ass question sandwich to answer. But, EM, go ahead and give your final thoughts, Bubba.
I appreciate it. I'm going to give my final thoughts before I head out. I feel like Greer kept his job because how great this draft was. Like, y'all can agree how great this draft was. So he kept his job for the meantime. Obviously, making has more has more job security. I'll say
Twitch is a
Twitch so is if the Dolphins struggle early,
Twitch is a creepy people in inflatable pools with flamingos.
Ross thinks if Greer struggles
we need
early,
to do
early and Greer
a stream
is
where
responsible
we're in
and the
a
draft
hot tub,
doesn't
guys.
go as well as we think,
we're gonna do a hot tub
Greer
stream.
will be fired easily. So that's my final thoughts. And
Cool.
McDaniel is the dude.
Yeah, appreciate you coming in, man. I always love you being here, EM. And I'm going to bring JP back on, so we got another full panel. I still got 2 spots open in the back. Anybody wants to jump on. But remember, guys, I'm going to do a question sandwich for Drubatron, and then I'm going to get to probably one more question for the panel, and however long this takes, we're gonna roll it out with as long as it takes. But remember, Tuesdays TMI with Tonk 7 and color commentary, and then on directly after that you got open mic, and then Mike drop the mic on Saturdays at 10 p.m. color commentary on Thursdays. And as always, you can catch El Capitan with the Fins tailgate. It is the tailgate party that never stops. And if you ever feel the need to,
absolutely,
color commentary never goes away. But
check out all of these guys if you're in here in Twitch. Check out all these guys. Color commentary, Mike on the mic, Chris. These guys are killers. Really great.
It's just awesome. We're almost to 1,000. We're at 92 people watching right now. I bet we don't have 92 likes, so please smash that like button. And remember, you can get jerseys, apparel, everything you want by going to fanatics.com, our partner. The link is in the description. Go over there, grab whatever you want for whatever team, whatever sport. They've got it all, and we appreciate you going there through our link. It means a lot to us. I appreciate it, guys. So Drubatron, a couple questions. I think Drubatron left. His device is not connected, so I don't even get to do my question sandwich. Nope. So I have a question from Douglas Anderson, and I want to finish with this, and your answer can be as broad as you want, and it doesn't have to be specific. It can be a combo answer.
Weird. I don't know what happened.
We can call this the combo platter. So give me your favorite tailgate food and then an answer to this question. So Douglas Anderson asks, they talking about Jimmy G and Baker commanding a 3rd through 5th round draft pick. What would Tua command? I'm going to start with Kohler first. Go ahead and give me your favorite tailgate food and what do you think Tua's trade value is right now?
I don't know, like hot dogs,
Okay,
I
hold on. Give me a
guess.
second, guys. I'm gonna
Okay, that's simple enough.
try to.
And
You need onions, mustard, ketchup, relish. I mean, get
no,
creative.
I'm
with it.
kind of a plain Jane guy, like
second.
mustard and ketchup. That's pretty much it. But maybe
Try to
some
fix this
chili
over here.
dog, something like
Hey,
that.
chili teas. Mm.
Fact that probably half supposing if you're
I
talking
fixed
about
it.
a case where he
We're good.
he
We're good,
didn't
guys.
shell out, then is probably the best now. His trade value is probably at its highest now and would command a first round.
Okay.
So that's why we have to be careful, and that's why around here we kind of make oddball predictions like trades that nobody sees coming, because Greer and Ross are going to want to get every bit of value they can out of Tua. And if there is something in the back of their mind that don't think he's going to get better, because obviously if he gets better, then either we keep him or his trade value goes up anyway.
Yep.
That's a tricky question, because that's the very question they're trying to decide.
Yep.
Do we take the gamble?
And
If we do, then we're talking about a 5th and 6th round pick. If not, I mean, let's be honest. There may be very few people left at all that believe in him at all.
Yeah, and this is not saying that Tua is not going to do well or
I'm just
deserve
saying
a trade, or that they're going to move off on him. This is just a just in case problem. But so my question sandwich, Drew Bertrand, the brioche bread, okay, butter bread. I love brioche.
I love
butter
me some brioche bread.
Okay, so the brioche bread is. Okay. What do you think about Terron Armstead on the hierarchy of free agent gets that we've gotten in your lifetime?
Like where does he stack up?
Against like the Brandon Marshalls, the Ricky Williams, the Keith Byers, the people like that, the guys we brought him in, and you're like, oh man, that's a really good pickup. Where does he sit on that hierarchy?
So for me personally, maybe I'm a creature of the moment. Ask me in a year, but for me personally, he's number one. He was the top rated free agent available by a lot of people. NFL.com had him rated number one. I think ESPN had him rated number two. It's like at worst he's a top 5 left tackle in the league. So this easily it's at least number one in my book. Realistically, when have we ever landed a guy like this of this caliber for the money that we paid him, right? I mean, so if I'm taking into account not only who he is, his prestige, right? Yes, he misses games. Yes, he has injury problems. He plays on turf a lot. That's what a lot of people don't realize. He's a big boy that plays on turf. He's going to get hurt. But a player of this caliber and the deal that we got him for, man, it's got to be number one up there. We've hired some we've signed some more maybe higher profile players, right? That like you brought up, but not were they like
the value
best
on this
quality?
one is more to you because of the contract.
Yeah, man, and I think it's also what he's going to bring to this team.
Yeah,
the value he's going to add to this team, the leadership.
Yeah,
not only he's going to make our other offensive linemen better. Period. Yeah. I mean it's guaranteed. We forget how young this offensive line is. Not only this team in general. I haven't looked at it, and I don't know when we'll be able to really find out. The average age, even after Terron Armstead?
After that, it might go up to 28.
Really?
We don't have very many 30-year-olds on this team.
I mean, this
Landon
is
Roberts,
such a young team.
Armstead, Jesse Davis. I'm trying to think of the 30-year-olds on this team. There ain't many. My pastrami with
Okay.
some applewood smoked bacon. Actually,
Mm.
hickory smoked applewood bacon.
You gonna
Okay?
put some avocado in there?
Oh, wait, hang on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good because the best part of the sandwich is the cheese and the spread that goes on the bread. Right?
Okay,
So I'm gonna
okay,
get
yeah,
to
the
best part.
condiments.
But, so the pastrami with the bacon. Do you think this team is currently constructed, saying everything goes the way we hope? Does this team compete, or does it need another weapon?
In a vacuum, yes. When you look at the landscape of the AFC, it's rough out here in these streets, okay? Man, there's a lot of really good quarterbacks in this conference. And Matt
Ain't
Ryan,
a lot of people serving medianoches either. You know what I mean?
Matt Ryan just hopped over, and there's a lot of people poo-pooing on Matt Ryan. I'm saying this now. I said it on my stream. The Colts are going to be a playoff team with Matt Ryan. They're going to be dangerous.
At least in the hunt.
They're going to be a quiet team, but that's what the Colts were this past year, right? Everybody's like, "Oh wow, they're great. They got a great running back, right?" Yeah. Matt Ryan on that team. People don't think he's an upgrade over Wentz. Matt Ryan is a massive upgrade over Wentz. And I'm willing to stake my reputation on that. Wentz is a nobody compared to Matt Ryan, even a 30-something-year-old Matt Ryan, okay? The AFC is stacked with talent. I absolutely think we need to bring in another.
And they still have Jonathan Taylor.
So you think another weapon is needed?
You need to bring in. We were talking earlier on my stream about some potential trades that have been rumored. We talked about a potential trade with the 49ers, and we talked about a potential trade with the Minnesota Vikings that's been rumored as
Justin
well.
Jefferson. Yeah.
Either of those guys would be massive for this team and would absolutely, in my mind, put us over the edge as far as being competitive. Other than that, I don't think there's a very talented group of wide receivers in this draft. But when you're looking at guys like that, right, at where we're picking at 29 or maybe even the second, third round, are we really looking at guys that we're expecting to be instant impact guys like the Jalen Waddles, like the Jamar Chases? That's very unlikely. You're asking too much of a guy at pick 29 to come in and take over DVP spot. So that's why I think I'd rather trade that pick away and get a guy like Deebo Samuel, get a guy like Justin Jefferson. And now this offense, God will, I pray every day to God, please God, let Tua be the answer. Please God, please.
Hey, please. All right, so now
if that's the answer, then we're stacked and we're a competitive team. We can compete in the AFC as long as Tua obviously.
I'm predicting Adam Thielen is going to be here. I think that's who we're going after.
That's why if it's not Justin Jefferson, it's Adam Thielen.
Yeah,
I would hope
I'd
it's
give up
Justin
2
Jefferson.
first rounders for Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson had a man crush on him for a bit.
All right,
Ain't no way Vikings are giving up Justin Jefferson this early in his career. There's no way.
No way in hell.
Thielen
I will give up the farm for him
guys,
right
I gotta
now.
I would give up the next
sandwich.
3 first-round picks for Jefferson.
Guys, I'm hungry. I need my sandwich.
We ate your sandwich,
I gotta
Mike.
finish my sandwich. Color, don't make me mute you too, man. I gotta finish this. Dribberson's hungry. I'm getting hungry. So this is the lettuce.
You can't mute me because I mute myself.
I'm gonna do salt and pepper tomatoes, and I'm gonna do some romaine lettuce. So no. I'm gonna do some butter lettuce, and then I'm gonna do a little bit of pepperoncinis. I'm gonna do the avocado, and I'm gonna stop there. And then, so with this part of the sandwich, do you think that Terron Armstead is aggressive enough, or do you want more?
Aggressive. Well, no, I don't
like
think
Greer said he was going to be aggressive. Is Armstead aggressive, or do you need to see more?
It's funny you said that because I don't think that this is aggressive. And this is why I think that Ross and Greer still have something up their sleeve, because if this is what they look, I'll tell you teams that have been aggressive. Jacksonville's been aggressive, right? Cleveland has been aggressive. We haven't been aggressive. Everybody expected us to get Terron Armstead, right? Everybody
Exactly,
expected us to get a couple running backs. Everybody expected us to get a second wide receiver, right? This is not unless Ross thinks this is aggressive, but we've seen this team be way more aggressive in free agency than this.
Yeah.
Right? These are great picks.
Yeah. Well,
They're
and I
great
argued that
signings.
we've been bargain shopping with not bargain players, but bargain shopping as far as the contracts we brought on. We still haven't restructured. We still haven't released. Yeah, I think I don't think we've been aggressive. I agree with you. So this is the smoked Gouda with an Italian aioli with a little bit of honey garlic in it. And that's going to be the spread. So this is what makes the sandwich. And then I'm going to get to the question of what Tua's trade value is. But
okay.
So with that being said, I know you put your Tua hat on. And I know you're Tua right now because you don't want to get canceled.
I have to. We don't have anybody else.
So why? Okay, so that leads to my question. Why did Teddy not just say I'm the backup? Why did he defer or deter that question twice?
I already tweeted about this. It's because he doesn't think he's the backup.
In your mind, is he better than Tua? Or does he give not better than Tua? That's the wrong question. Does he give the Dolphins a better chance to win than Tua does right now, currently constructed?
Today, I think Teddy gives us a better chance to win. Absolutely. And I think, and I've said this before, I said this as soon as we beat the Patriots the last week of the season. I said if they don't keep Jacoby Brissett, I was absolutely okay with keeping Jacoby Brissett, by the way, and I'll tell you why. It's because Jacoby Brissett is not a threat to Tua. There are some people that say that, it's good. Tua should be looking over his shoulder because it's gonna force him to be better, and it's gonna be no. Quarterback is the most mentally draining position on the field, by far. Okay, if there's nobody on the face of there's no elite quarterback in the league that's looking over their shoulder. Right? When has looking over your shoulder ever been a good idea? Mm-hmm. When has there ever been a quarterback controversy that has come with good results?
Totally disagree with that because you're talking about in the offseason during training camp, they're not game planning nothing. It's about who's got the raw ability, who's got the better raw talent. You know what I mean? And
then why
it's not a matter of looking over his shoulder. Now, if you're going into week 1 with that question still in the air, then yeah, you're right. That's looking over but no quarterback needs that. But if you're talking about during training camp, ain't no looking. If he's got worried about looking over his shoulder, he needs to throw the ball harder and deeper and more on target. You know
why?
What I mean?
But okay, here's the thing. We just passed on Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson. We passed on Deshaun Watson. Why? Why did we pass on him if we wanted to bring in a guy to compete? If we wanted to bring a guy to compete,
we didn't want to spend the money.
We passed on him because
spend the money.
We passed on him because Greer said he's a better quarterback than Watson. It's clear and obvious.
Why didn't we get?
That's his opinion.
We could have got. There's a lot of guys who we could have gotten that we. I think this is bringing Teddy Bridgewater.
You got to remember something. It wasn't our choice with Watson either.
Probably. I mean, we could have had him at the trade deadline. I wouldn't have wanted that, but that's a whole other story. But bringing in Teddy Bridgewater is going to be if there is any downfall of Tua, it will be Teddy Bridgewater, because I'm telling you, the minute Tua throws a pick, they're going to start chanting that man's name in the stands.
Nope. Tua is going to be the reason. If he goes down, it will be Tua's own fault.
Listen, this is Ryan Tannehill and Matt Moore part 2. Realize, when Ryan Tannehill started to look a little crummy, they were screaming Matt Moore's names in the stands. This is gonna happen, and it doesn't matter. It's not gonna take much because fans are already at their wits' end with Tua. Let's be honest.
To be honest with you, Drew Bichon, I don't know if it would be any different even if it was a quarterback that didn't challenge Tua.
No, because nobody was chanting Brissett's name.
Yeah, no.
We all know
It's
Brissett's
possible.
trash.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
second
but I'm
this Ken's
talking
point.
about now.
Maybe Pete was
Paradigm
chanting
is
his
different
name.
now.
Even now, if Brissett was on this team, nobody's chanting Brissett's name.
Maybe not Brissett.
That's why I
but
said.
there's-
That's why I said
maybe
go get
not
Marcus
Brissett, but
Mariota. That guy's
Maybe
trash.
not Brissett, but then who? But then who besides Brissett? Because anybody you bring in here would be the same thing.
Maybe, but not Teddy. Listen, I know why they
Then
brought
who?
Teddy Bridgewater in. They brought
Then
Teddy
who?
Bridgewater
It
in
was an
because they
insurance
don't.
policy.
They don't believe that Tua, or they're worried, they're concerned that Tua will get hurt again.
Well, if
Which
that's
is
the case,
really
then
concerning.
you
It's
may
just
be
an
right.
insurance
You may be
policy.
right, but if that's the case, then I firmly believe he was instructed to say what he said and
No.
leave it.
No,
and-
he should have
wasn't
lied.
given
He
those
should have
talking
lied.
points.
The pressure is obviously on Tua. Tua has to perform.
So
And
okay,
if he's not getting that message, he needs to get it now.
all right, guys. So this is my last question. I changing it up because this is gonna be a really good question. And before anybody answers, I'm gonna let Ian Baller. Nobody else interrupt. Ian Baller, what do you want to say to Dropatron before I go to this question?
If y'all can hear me, I need to go after Gerbertron for that thing. I was trying to listen to y'all, but he just had to get me up here. So, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
I
got
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, okay. So, like I said, Mike McDaniel is the guy to determine who's the starting quarterback. Mike McDaniel, in his actual press conference, said he wants a good, capable backup. Teddy Bridgewater was the best backup, I feel like, in free agency. So that's why Chris Greer got him. Chris Greer, for all his faults, Chris Greer is a guy that will get his head coach the right guys for him. So he got
See, I
Teddy
don't disagree
Bridgewater
with this. The problem
to be a backup.
is
Okay, so
he is a
if
very competent backup.
Tua
because of that,
struggles
he's
and
also
Mike
a very
McDaniel's like,
competent
I can't
starter.
win with him. I trust Mike
That's a
McDaniel,
problem.
but if Mike McDaniel
This
says
was
I
supposed to
can
be a
win with Tua, I
distraction-free
trust Mike McDaniel.
season.
That's pretty much
And
what I
it's-
have
it
to
is
say,
no
unless
longer in
Trevor
some-
wants
in
to
some cases.
counter that.
Can I
real
bring
quick,
one more point up?
I just want to supplement that.
Yes,
He's
Thomas.
because what you're saying makes sense. That doesn't mean that Teddy thinks of himself as a backup. Teddy thinks of himself as a starter in waiting.
All right,
Yeah,
Thomas.
Teddy Bridgewater says that he will
Well, starting in rating is the
challenge Tua.
definition of
I
a
want
backup.
a back.
Yeah, but no,
I want
crypto,
a back.
crypto,
I
not
want a
real, not
backup that will
true.
challenge Tua.
Yeah.
Starter in waiting is more like I'm only not the starter here because of this thing they got going on with Tua.
Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah.
Get your
Which
thoughts.
by
Bro.
definition makes him a backup.
Yeah, go ahead. Thomas.
Okay. Technically, objectively, yeah, you're right. I can't argue with that. I'm just saying, like, when you're talking about like the abstract idea of what a starter is, Teddy
Yeah,
thinks
yeah,
of
yeah.
himself
So I
as
guess
a
the
starter,
non-
so he's
Yeah.
a starter in
Mhm.
waiting. He's not
All right,
going to
Thomas.
say he's a backup.
That's fair.
Thomas, go ahead, Bubba.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I got on here late, but has anybody talked about this as far as Teddy and Tua go? You know that they're going to be in training camp, seeing who can fit it into these tight windows. And this is the question I have for the panel: is if Tua's struggling in training camp and throwing picks all over the place, and Teddy's fitting it in there, and the players see it, this could be Fitzpatrick all over again.
Okay, so Thomas, that brings me to my
That's
point.
fair,
Okay, that's my
too.
question. I love you. Thank you for transitioning. All right, and I'm going to start with actually, I'm going to throw your question right back at you, Thomas. And after you answer the question, I'm going to drop you back. You can stay back backstage. I'll usually hang out for about 10, 15 minutes backstage, talk to everybody that was on the show. Thomas, so this is going all the way back. So,
Watching
so
both
the
streams
rewind
at the
with
same
me
time.
to a report
cool.
that came out by a
I
certain
asked Chris.
reporter
Chris is kind of the guy
that
that runs
said there
the
was
Finns tailgate.
dissension in the locker room as far as belief in Tua. There's
asked
only
him if I
been
could
one
come
or
on
two
while I'm
guys that
streaming. He
are
said,
on
"Yeah,
this
it's
team
cool." So
anymore. So if
that's why
you
I'm here. I love
believe
these
that,
guys, so that's why I wanted.
then
to
my
bring them
question
on
is
and
this: when Teddy
have some more
walked in,
conversation.
do you think that the guys that maybe don't believe in Tua are already on Teddy's side? Do you think it's going to
That's a really
cause
good
more
point.
dissension in the
It's
locker room?
absolutely
Yes or no?
going to cause more problems.
I
That's why
believe
never
this is
wanted
the
Teddy.
thing I believe is that you're already going to have a couple guys on his side. And then if he starts playing better than Tua in preseason, these
Exactly.
players, it's all about winning games. It's not about a popularity
Exactly. They don't give a
contest.
fuck about
Okay?
Tua.
And I think more and more
they wanna
players are
win
going to talk,
games.
and you're going to have a divided locker
Teddy
room.
looks even microscopically better
So
than
do
Tua.
do you think that there's a better chance of this happening with him here now?
I don't know that because
Okay.
we'll have to see how this plays out in training camp. But if it starts raining and Tua's over there throwing 5, 6, 7 interceptions and Teddy's balling out with his gloves on, that could become a problem.
Okay, Kohler. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate you. Hey, real quick, Thomas, do you have any kind of YouTube or Twitter or anything?
No, I'm old school. I don't do any of that.
Oh, well, then I appreciate you even more for being here, Bubba. I appreciate it.
Hey, let me ask one other question too, just before I get out, because I didn't get to talk about the Armstead situation.
Yeah, go ahead, Bubba.
Exactly.
In my
Everywhere
opinion,
Teddy's gone, he's taken over as the starter. Like, this is
he
not
stays
news.
healthy.
I'm gonna try something really
as far
quick. Just
as
give me, bang with me.
a free agent coming in here that we didn't have to trade for, it's a slam dunk. He'll be the best free agent we ever signed.
Yeah, I love
it. If he stays healthy.
That's kind of where I'm at.
I just didn't want to see all this extra stuff.
Sweet. Appreciate you, Thomas. I appreciate you as always. I'll get you on one next time and get you to talk a little bit more. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right, Drew Patron. Are we in trouble as far as a dissension in the locker room possibility situation that we're in?
Yeah, it's absolutely a possibility, and that's the point I was getting at. I forgot who it was that popped in here that was talking to me. He's trying to slander me. No, I'm joking. Ian Ball. No, he's cool. No, I agreed with everything he said. I do. What I was saying was I do believe that they brought him to be a backup. Absolutely. But I also do believe they said, hey, Tua's gotten hurt a couple times before. And, maybe there's a good chance you can be here. And they didn't pay Teddy Bridgewater. I'm sorry. They didn't pay him backup money. His deal. Go look up.
Up to $10 million.
That's not backup money, guys.
Nope. Chase Daniels, a career backup, never gotten that. Colt McCoy didn't get that.
That's not backup money.
$6.5 million up to $10 million.
So he got the Jay Cutler deal. Huh?
Listen.
The insurance package.
You can call it insurance, and I don't disagree with that. My problem is it's not going to take much for people to kind of get impatient with Tua. And my whole point going into this season was I want to know if Tua is the answer or if he's trash. And the only way we'll know that is if there's no distractions, if you give him the offensive line, if you give him the wide receivers, you give him a running back, then what other excuse can you give him? You give him a coach that calls him on an airplane and tells him he loves him and gives him his chalky milk before he goes to bed, okay? Tua has everything, and the last thing that we needed was a QB controversy. And whether you believe it or not, that's what we have now. It's already happening. Yep. Go right now and Google Tua Bridgewater, and the first 5 articles are, Bridgewater could be a more competent starter in Mike McDaniel's offense. They're already talking, and it's only March, guys.
And it's national media doing it.
It's only March.
Look, look though, the thing of it is though, Drew Bertrand, Tua has a chance before game 1 to squash all that.
Sure.
Perception.
In practice, he's got to show.
That would have to be at practice, though.
What we're talking about, I'm not talking.
Absolutely. I know what I was going to say was if he can't, then there's your answer as to whether he's trash. Because if he's not trash, it doesn't matter. It's not as if this is the mistake people are making. They act as if the live game is the only way we can make that determination. And so what I'm saying to you is, if Tua is in fact not trash, then it's not even going to be close in training camp.
I agree. He's going to win the locker room over before game 1.
Here's the catch.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, we made that decision color with Josh Rosen.
Yeah, hang on, Crypto.
I'm just pointing out logic here, Crypto, and we know that they don't function that way. So
Drew Bertrand, where can they find you other than Twitch? Where can they find you on Twitter and all that kind of stuff?
I'm everywhere. Drew Bertrand. I'm also on YouTube, but again, you guys are here on YouTube. I don't want to clog up the YouTube space, so that's why I'm more focused on Twitch, but I'm also on Twitter. Drew Bertrand over there. I'm Drew Bertrand everywhere. Just Google Drew Bertrand, you'll find me.
All right, push back on that last little bit.
Yeah, so I'm gonna push back again. I don't doubt that Tua could beat out a Teddy Bridgewater.
I'd push back on a few titties in my life.
Why would you push back on the titties, man?
A titty Bridgewater. That's what you were going to say. You were going to say a titty Bridgewater.
I don't doubt that Tua
could
beat out. There's too many words here. Tua could beat out a Teddy Bridgewater in on the practice field. Okay, I don't doubt that. My concern
Beat out the
is
titty.
where I believe Tua's biggest issues is not his arm, it's not his hip, it's not his finger, it's not his chalky milk, it's up in his head. Okay,
Yep.
Tua. You can look at the stats, you can watch the film. Some people will say it's because he can't read defenses. That's why he can't get past his first read. I don't believe that because he can. We've seen him do it in Alabama. Okay, Tua can get past his first read. His problem is not there. It's that this kid is terrified. Okay, when you can see it. He starts patting the ball. When he's when he's behind the line and it's been more than a second and a half, he starts to panic. And so I think there's a lot of this stuff in his head about him being worried about injuries, him being worried about being replaced, him being worried about coaches not liking him, about them taking his chalky milk. Okay, that's why I wanted no distractions for Tua, because then I can't say, well, he's looking over his back, so it's in his head like, oh my God, if I make a mistake, if I do this, if I do that. Like, this is a kid who I believe may already have some like
mental
issues,
problems.
Not issues, right? I don't think he's messed up in the head. I think he's a
That's a
kid,
very
dude.
smart
He's
guy.
a kid who had to, who took over for Ryan Fitzpatrick, who the team loved. I'm sorry, Miss
Hey,
Figs, what was
Drew.
that?
Hey, Drew.
That's why I say it shouldn't take him long to learn the playbook. He knows.
He's not a kid. He's getting paid $30 million to do a
Thank you.
job. He needs to take ownership.
He's
of
a
his
kid who's
actions.
getting paid $30
No,
million to
he's
do a
not.
job.
A kid is when you're 12, maybe 17. Not when you're 23 and getting paid $30 million. He
With
is the
3 years
starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
He needs
Yeah.
to
All right,
And
Jimmy
that's
Tron.
precisely
Drew.
what makes him not a good quarterback.
Right.
maybe.
Favorite. Jimmy
Nothing
Tron,
makes
favorite
nothing
tailgate
makes a
food.
play, nothing
It
makes
seems
a,
to me
a
that
quarterback
these are
more
all
nervous.
these are all part of the psychological
triggered
questions
everybody.
they ask in these psych tests.
No, but
Drew,
here's where I
nothing
want to
makes
push
a
back.
play-
Hold on.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Nothing makes a
go
player
ahead.
more unsettled and nervous on the field than not mastering your playbook, not knowing what it is you need to do.
Yeah. I
So
agree.
it's
Go
not.
ahead, Jimmy
So
Tron.
when you talk about the mental issues, some of that falls back on Tua's responsibility to
Yeah.
know the playbook.
He
Well-
needs to take ownership.
Well,
Yeah,
here's
Jimmy Tron, favorite
No,
tailgate
he was
food,
busy
and then last
rehabbing, though,
word.
to be fair to him.
Yeah,
Fa-
yeah,
to
hang
learn
on.
the
I'm gonna get to
playbook.
everybody. I'm gonna get to everybody.
He wasn't really putting his heart into it.
Hang
No,
on,
I'm
hang on, guys.
sorry,
Hang
Mike.
on.
Real quick.
Yeah, hang on. Oh, okay, go ahead, Miss Vince, real quick.
2 seconds. Crypto, I'm gonna push back because if you're rehabbing, that doesn't stop you from learning a
everybody's
sheet.
trying to get a word in
You
here.
can go ahead and learn a playbook while you're rehabbing because what?
That's
You're
true. I'm
practicing-
just saying maybe his priorities was out of order.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not
Everybody
saying
on
I'm not
Madden
excusing
knows
him.
his
I'm just
playbook.
saying maybe that
If
was
you're
his
here, by the
priority.
way-
Everybody
That's all.
playing Madden
Yeah,
knows
hit the
to his
follow button.
playbook.
Hey, all right, Jimmy Tron. So favorite
Whoa.
tailgate
Okay, hold
food,
on.
and
That's
then last
neither
word.
here nor there, color.
Favorite tailgate food is I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't eat a lot of junk food. I
I'm
mean,
sorry,
surprisingly,
Trubershon. I had to say one other thing. Crypto.
of course you
Maybe he can get with Devontae, and Devontae can show him the playbook on Madden.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Drew. Go ahead, Drew.
Good luck with that.
I don't eat a lot of junk food.
No, that's what Devontae's known for. Like wasn't that
Caller,
what
I'm
made
gonna
him
mute
like?
you, damn it.
Caller, shut
I'm
up.
trying to get everybody their last word. Let Jimmy Tron finish.
So
It is.
I'll take a hot dog. I guess I don't know. I don't. Oh, a burger. I like burgers. Give me a burger. Give me.
What do you
good
put on the
Okay.
burger? You
No,
can't just
that's
like
not-
Color
you
said
can't
hot
just
dog.
have it
Y'all,
plain.
this is a combo platter. This is like what's your favorite
Yeah,
thing
so-
to eat? It can't just be a burger.
No, like I take everything on a burger: lettuce, tomato, ketchup, mayo, mustard. Like, give me the works on a burger. On
So
a
you
good
take it
burger.
all and you beat it and you think about titties. Awesome. Thanks, Tron. Appreciate
Amazing,
you being
incredible.
here tonight. Trouble. I'm gonna start with Trouble real quick. All right, Trouble.
And then they
do
kick
you
me
think
out.
there's dissension in the locker room
Hilarious.
starting?
All right, that was a
And
good
then
talk, guys.
Give me your favorite tailgate food.
They're hopping out. So
Essentially in
let's
the locker room.
we'll
Well,
hop off here.
in every season, there's going to be
Maybe we'll hang out. I'll
mistrust
just mute it
in-
really
in
quick
the
and
guy
I'll-
on the guys
because
around
maybe
you, right?
Mike
You
comes
build that
back
trust
on
through
and we
practice,
can
you
talk
build that trust
with Mike
through performance.
We can talk with Mike specifically. Let me turn the volume down because you guys can't hear it, but I can. Mike. Okay. All right. So yeah, I guess the point that I didn't get in, which on these panels it's hard to get points in because everybody's wants to say their piece, but because everybody says, well, if Tua can't get over that mental part, then he's not a good quarterback, and this is where I push back. It's because Tua's been, and now that I'm here and I'm not there because I don't know if I don't like to curse on other people's channels. All right, they fucked this kid from day one. If we're being fair, if you're being totally crystal clear, totally crystal fair, that's not a thing. I just made it up. If we're being really, really fair and honest, they fucked this kid mentally from day one, okay? They drafted him 5th overall. Maybe he would have gone 6th if we didn't take him, but who knows? We'll never know. So there's a lot of expectations right out of the gate when you're 5th overall. You're coming off a horrific injury. An injury that has ended the career of past athletes, okay? And you're taken 5th overall. Now, he didn't start day one, but I think they did bring him in well before he was ready. We damn well know that he didn't fully know the playbook. And whether you blame that on Tua or you blame that on whoever, I think Tua was more focused on rehabbing his injury than he probably was learning the playbook. And the front office should have known that. Okay? So then you bring this kid in who's struggling with the mental side of getting back into physical playing shape, right? You're thrown into an NFL game. So now you've got to get over the fact that you just got over less than a year ago a horrific hip injury that's ended other people's careers. And now you have to take over for a guy who's beloved in the locker room in Ryan Fitzpatrick. And now you already got guys who don't like you because they don't think that you deserve to start because there was a guy who's already doing pretty well in Ryan Fitzpatrick. So now you have the added pressure. You're the number 5 pick. You just came off a massive injury. And now you're taking over for a guy that people in the locker room liked. And that didn't think that the people in the locker room knew was in a better position to help the team win than Tua was. But Tua got the start because he's the number 5 overall pick. So, and then now he comes out and he doesn't look really good because maybe he's not totally rehabbed. And maybe he doesn't fully know the playbook. And maybe he's playing behind a shitty offensive line. A really, really bad offensive line, guys. And we know that Fitzpatrick looked better, but he's a rookie. So let's add now another piece of the lasagna, okay? A number 5 overall pick, recovering from an injury, a massive injury, taking over for a beloved guy, not only in the locker room, but in the fan base. We all love Fitzpatrick. Everybody loved the guy, okay? And now you have to be the guy. You don't know the playbook. And you don't do so well out the gate. Come on, man. You have to. You can't. Nobody is immune to these things. I do think Tua is really great at in the mental side of the game when it comes to making a mistake and then coming back and not doing that again. We know Tua is really good after he throws an interception. He's really, really good. I posted a tweet a few months back because I looked at his stats after he throws interceptions, and he plays really, really well after he makes a mistake. But it's the off the field dealing with knowing guys maybe don't like you because you just took over for a guy that they did like and you didn't deserve it, and you're not really playing as well as him in practice, and you're also now not really playing as well as him in games. You're still winning games. And then you go into an off season where everybody's shitting on you And we know it because we know Performs on Twitter. So Performs, Tua's on Twitter, guys. He's on Instagram. He's on Twitter. He may not post all the time. He may not respond to fans. He's on there. And he's seeing all of this. So this is all adding up. And now, around this time is when we kind of figured that Flores wasn't really fond of Tua. So now you got all this adding up on top of your head coach maybe now doesn't believe in you either. Oh, yeah. And this is about when the Deshaun Watson rumors started happening. So now that guy that you took over, Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's gone. It's your show. They brought in Brissett. That guy's a backup. He's not going to challenge you. But now they're talking about replacing you for Deshaun Watson. Oh, and then week 2, you get demolished in the first quarter of a Bills game. And they blow up your ribs. And then not only does your coach not like you, and you're recovering from another injury, but and your team is flirting with a guy who's got pending criminal charges and 21 civil cases he's got to deal with. But now you're healthy, you're ready to go, and your coach benches you for the backup that sucked ass. And he only brought you in because the backup got hurt on a play. So he brought you in, and that's the only reason why you got back on the field. Come on, man. I get you got to be mentally tough. This is the NFL. You're getting paid $30 million. This is a 20-something-year-old kid. I'm sorry. Miss Finns, I know, I respect her. She has great takes. She's great on YouTube. Please go follow her. But I'm sorry. I know who I was at 24. I got married. I had a kid at 24. Okay? I was a fucking kid at 24. I made some real stupid mistakes. I was not a man at 24 years old. Maybe in, body, maybe in mind. Sure, I'm a man. Mentally, you're not a man. You're just, Tua's just getting out of that. He moved away from home, went to college. Yeah, college. Alabama is where you're really going to, become a man in Alabama at a college. Come on. This kid, then he moves to Miami. Culture shock. Alabama is more like Hawaii than Miami is like Hawaii. The only thing Miami and Hawaii have in common is the beaches, and it ends there. The culture in Miami is not like the culture in Hawaii. The culture in Alabama is more like the culture in Hawaii. Except there's more white people. Okay? He's a kid, man. He's 24. You can compare things to you can compare to Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's a man. That's a man. Joe Burrow's 26 years old. Joe Burrow's been through it. Joe Burrow's 99 years old, okay? Joe Burrow's a man. Crazy take. Do you think Greer will visit Ohio State tomorrow for the pro day? Supposedly, OSU quarterback C.J. Stroud will be participating, even though he is a 2023 number 1 QB prospect. If he goes there, I don't think he'll be going there to go look at a quarterback who's going to be drafted next year, to be honest. Chris Greer he's got to draft guys this year. I don't think he's worried about a guy that he might draft in 2 years. That's why they hire scouts for that type of stuff, for evaluating guys 1, 2, 3 years down the line. I'm sure there are pro scouts that even evaluating high school guys, right? You'd be gravely mistaken if you think that they just look at the last 3 years of a guy in college to figure out who he is. These are multi-billion dollar businesses. I promise you they're looking at these guys much longer, but I don't think Chris Greer is going to be going to a pro day to look at, well, there's 2 good QBs. Yeah, if he's going there, he may be going there to look at other guys. I absolutely could see that. And yeah, if the QB is there, he's not going to like close his eyes and not watch a quarterback. But I don't think he's going to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna dump Tua for this kid. I don't think he'll be there for the quarterback. I think he'll be there for other players. If that answers your question. Excuse me. I apologize. I don't mean to put anybody to sleep. It is late, man. It's 1:00. I just realized. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. But again, I did. Go to bed then. Go to bed if you're tired. No. Stay here. Stay here forever. No, I'm probably going to be hopping off in a little bit. I'm just seeing, Mike and Color might hop off. They're kind of wrapping up their stream over there at the Finn's Tailgate on YouTube. So please check them out if you're here and if you're not familiar with them. So I'm going to see maybe they want to come on. We could chop it up a little bit before we call it a night. But just to put kind of a nail or pin in the Tua conversation, I think, and the Teddy Bridgewater situation. Teddy Bridgewater absolutely did the wrong thing by saying he was going to keep that in-house. Even if he didn't believe it, they should have told him, hey, if somebody asks you why you're here, you tell them you're the damn backup, okay? It's obvious they didn't pay him backup money. I brought that up on the Finn's Tailgate. They brought him in as an insurance policy. And from the outside looking in, the media is going to be picking it apart. They're going to pick everything apart because it's what they do. They have to generate clicks. That's why I'm here. To talk about stuff like we don't really know. It doesn't matter what Mike McDaniel thinks because the court of public opinion in a lot of ways is much more powerful than we give credit. And if you don't think the Miami Dolphins are not on Twitter listening to fans, if they're not on YouTube listening to guys like Mike on the Mic and Color and Chris and TD Finns Talk and Dougley Do Wrong, if you don't think that, then I've got some things I'd like to sell you. Because it's gullible, dude. That's just is what it is. Anyway, I've lost my train of thought. It's gone. Choo choo. Choo choo choo. So, I'm just gonna hop over on Twitter because I got a couple mentions over here. Yeah, there's a lot of weird people talking about like, oh, the Texans did such a good job with Deshaun Watson. You know, they were so good for benching him and trading him away. They did right. They didn't do shit right. If Deshaun Watson wanted to be in Houston, he would have started all year last year, and he'd still be their quarterback. Doesn't matter if he's got 20. That's it. Everybody wants to take this kind of moral stance on Deshaun Watson, and absolutely they still paid him. They had to pay him. Okay? Everybody wants to take a moral stance on Deshaun Watson. God bless you. I'm married. I have 2 daughters. Okay? I don't support, offenders. I don't want to use the word. I don't want to trigger people. Okay? Nobody cares about that when you're a quarterback. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Somebody's going to take Deshaun Watson. And at the end of the day, he's probably going to help them be a better team. And with Cleveland, that may be a Super Bowl team as it stands. You think in 10 years when he's, looking back on when we're all looking back, do you think anybody's going to really care? It's really bad to think. It's really sad to think. I don't like to think about it, but Peyton Manning had some stuff accused of him too. Worse stuff, guys. Ben Roethlisberger had some stuff accused on him too. Worse stuff. I don't think the Steelers really cared when they were winning the Super Bowl. I really don't think that the Colts fans cared at the end of the day when he was made a Hall of Famer. He's going to be somewhere and he's going to win games. So, the guys are back. I'm going to see. Hey, hold on. Yeah, the Finn's tailgate just ended, but they had everybody back in the background. So I'm gonna see if they want to. So we'll see if we can go talk to some of these guys, even though they're off stream. Give me a second. Let me talk. They're kind of just chopping it up back there. We'll see. Maybe they have something they want to talk about. Yeah. So they're just kind of talking. I don't know if we'll hop over there and talk because they're off stream. We'll see. It's much better to shout over everybody. Give me a second. It's getting late, man. We'll see if they want to come over on Discord. But anyways. Hold on. We'll see if some of the guys want to come over. Okay. So I sent them a message. I mean, I'm not the Finn's tailgate. I don't have like 70 viewers, but I mean, I know these guys like to talk. So if they want to talk Dolphins, we could talk over here. All right, let me hop over there real quick. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Hold the horses, guys. I'm really sorry. Oh, sure. Yeah. If I have everybody on, yeah, it'll be in the Discord. We'll hop over in the Discord. Hey, oh, sorry, guys. I was talking. Nah. Oh yeah, I went off. Well, yeah, because I had a couple more things I wanted to say. But
sure.
I didn't
That's
wanna,
what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do. I thought it was very fair. I wasn't, sure I disagreed with a few things, but I was just like, yeah, go on Drubatron. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I'm still streaming over here on
Sure.
Twitch. If you guys want to hop over, and talk a little bit more Dolphin stuff, I'm gonna be over here. But yeah, I've got a Discord set up. If you guys
we
wanna
need to
have
get all these guys in.
You got Discord or
too,
Twitch?
Drubatron.
Yeah, I got Discord, but
Do you crypto? Are you on Drubatron's server?
no, I haven't gotten the address.
Oh, okay. I'll put it in
It's under your name, George.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat in the stream. What is this? I keep saying Streamlabs.
Yeah.
This is StreamYard.
Yeah, because that's another avenue that if I have if I know you all will use it, all I'll do is fire up the program, and if you guys need to chime into, that's another way to get a hold of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I use that. I haven't used it in a while, but I'm used to that platform. So
Yeah, I'm trying to put together kind of like a
Discord
community
platform or Twitch.
well, the
Discord.
Discord, both actually, but the Discord. What I'm saying with Discord crypto, a lot of the other YouTube streamers that I was following when I was following politics, they do a lot of the same things we do in the Dolphin communities with all the panels and all that. But a lot of them are actually using Discord to do that and using a plugin for Discord through OBS. They're not actually using Streamlabs. Some of them, are StreamYard. Some of them are because StreamYard makes it really easy to do. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
you can
StreamYard's
drop
just
links
an
and all
easier.
that.
It's easier to kind of get it
But with
like up and
Discord, the
running.
only difference is instead of dropping a link for people for StreamYard, you would tell people to go join your Discord server, and then
they
you
automatically
allow them
have
to
it.
come in the channel that's being live streamed. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. So I
Right,
put
they
the
can
link
chime
to
in
the
at
Discord.
any
I'm trying to
time,
kind of build a community over there on Discord.
Well, and also real quick, and also
yeah.
since Discord lets any of the users fire up their camera also at the same time, it ends up working just like StreamYard. It's just a little more in your control through OBS.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you guys want to hop over, I'll be over there. I'm gonna like fire up the chat because I got one of the guys in my chat that wants to hop on too. So I'm gonna hang on for maybe another 30 minutes and talk a little bit more. So if you guys, you're more than welcome. I put the link in the chat, in the private chat here on StreamYard. So I'm gonna head out though.
Okay.
Right on.
All right.
Later, guys.
So what do you guys think that?
All right. Cool. Yeah. So if you want to hop, you're already in the chat. All right. What's up, dude? Okay. Let me get Discord.
Yo.
Let me get Discord up here on the overlay. Web overlay.
Did I lose you?
Nope, I'm here. Sorry, my bad. I was I forget I have like push to talk on Discord set up, so.
Oh no problem. No problem. Yeah, I had to put my kids to sleep earlier, so I'm sorry for being rude and having to.
No, you're not rude at all. You don't have nothing to be sorry about there, dude.
Yeah, I've heard your take prior on I think it was the Finn's tailgate I saw you on, that you were talking about your conspiracy of what's going on and who was really behind what happened to Flores and everything.
Yeah.
So Boyer's big part of it. I think he was the guy when they figured out Flores wasn't going to do anything or do what they exactly wanted. He wasn't the yes guy that they were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
He was the guy that they used to undermine him, I would say.
Yeah, I mean that's it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there's too many pieces that line up, right? I don't know if you were on when I was going over it again. But just the fact, again, we had the 7-game lose streak, right? And then around, the Ravens game, right, is kind of when unanimously everybody kind of thinks we kind of turned it back on, right? That was November 11th. And then we heard the report that now all of a sudden around Thanksgiving, Flores stopped talking to his coaching staff in general. They didn't give specifics on names, but he stopped talking with his coaching staff. In addition to that, it was the Ravens game when Gerald Alexander was sent up to the booth with Boyer. And that's where all the speculation about who's calling plays started, right? That's when they're like, well, is Alexander calling plays? Is Boyer calling plays? Is Flores calling plays? Who's calling plays? And all we've ever known is that Boyer's calling plays. So my assertion is that Boyer, that Gerald Alexander was sent up there by Flores. Flores said, I want Alexander in the booth to more or less keep tabs on the play calling and what was happening, and to maybe be an intermediary, before the play call came down, that maybe it went through Gerald Alexander. That part is a little bit of speculation, right? That the play call went through Alexander before it got to Flores. But
when did Alexander go to the booth?
The Ravens game. That was the first time and that's when they won. That's when they started winning.
I'm gonna I don't want to dispute what you're saying, but I'm gonna just put a question mark in there, and I'll tell you why.
Sure.
So Gerald Alexander gets put in the booth, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Boyer was trying to call the defense, why did they only use, for that whole game, it seemed like they were using the cover 0 defense the whole time? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And that tells me he wasn't calling plays at all when Gerald Alexander was there. It was Flores' defense, period. So one of two things is happening here. Either Boyer was the yes guy that tried to undermine him and they caught him or whatever, but there's an exact switch of, there's no, hey, let him call a couple plays and see what happens. It was from the get-go. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you. Well, again, that could have been, there could have been, it's just the timing is convenient, right? That the play calling switched up when they sent Alexander up to the booth, and when Flores stopped talking to his coaches. All of that stuff happened in November. Again, we've heard around Thanksgiving. So that could mean after Thanksgiving or before, but again, it's oddly convenient that it happened around the same time that the team turned around, the play calling changed, everything changed. So maybe it was Flores, blowing up on Boyer because he figured out that Boyer was, throwing games or not calling games the right way. And then he said, screw you. I'm going to have my boy up there, Gerald Alexander, to keep tabs on you, make sure that you're calling, my defense, that you're calling it right. Again, this is all speculation, but these are educated guesses that I'm trying to piece together based on information that we've received. That again, the Ravens game is when they changed up the defense. Everything changed on the Ravens game, right? Alexander was in the booth, and then around that time is when they said Flores stopped talking to people. And I don't think Flores stopped talking to coaches because he's like, oh, I'm upset we're losing. I think it's because he kind of put 2 and 2 together. And he didn't talk to people because he didn't know who he could really trust. He did know that he could trust Gerald Alexander. We've known forever that Gerald Alexander is a Flores guy. That's his boy. Mm-hmm. And again, it's the whole piece that kind of ties all of this together with a pretty little ribbon is that who's remaining on this coaching staff.
Boyer.
And who's not?
Gerald Alexander, Brian Flores is gone.
Precisely.
The assistant coaches that he wasn't speaking to are all there still, supposedly.
Incredibly. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Everybody's still here. Even the offensive coordinator. The offensive coordinator is still here. Well, one of them.
But isn't he like more of like an offensive line coach now or something?
Correct. They could not put him at offense. Like that's the one you could say, okay, Boyer, you could stay defensive coordinator, but Studsville was not going to stay an offensive coordinator after the offense that we put on the field. They couldn't do that, right? But I think Ross could have said, hey, Boyer, I know you can run the show. You know how to run this defense. Whether Flores walked you through it. Ross said, this is speculation. This is my disclaimer. I'm going to give you a year, when I bring in my new coach, when I get rid of Flores, that you got a year as defensive coordinator to kind of prove that you can continue the success of this defense. And and that was basically the offer. And whether or not that was the only thing, whether or not maybe there was also money on the line, I don't have anything to prove that, but there is an awful lot of evidence and there's an awful lot of convenient timing of things and convenient people still in the building that there's too many weird things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again,
I definitely understand that. And what I want to say, it's just very odd how certain things played out. You know what I mean? And there's still things I'm questioning, like the Titans game. How do you not have a game plan for the Titans? How do you not have plan for the weather?
For the weather.
Isn't that something that all teams already are looking at beforehand?
Dude, that was the Titans game is such an anomaly to me, and I know everybody likes to bring it up, right? Because it was one of Tua's worst games ever. He looked like shit. I mean,
the weather conditions can make that look bad. Yes,
of course.
The thing that irritated me the most is that they're obviously having success at running the ball. Why didn't you continue to run the ball more?
Do you ever
7 carries for 49 yards?
Exactly.
Come on, dude.
Are you like a Madden guy? Do you play Madden?
Yeah, of course I have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anybody who's at the very minimum played a game of Madden knows that you just don't throw the ball in the rain.
There's a reason why Josh Allen had his worst game against the Patriots.
Yeah, Mac Jones threw the ball twice.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying.
You just don't throw it's so and everybody wants to just poo-poo on Tua, and rightfully so. He sucked in that game. He looked like garbage. He looked really, really, really bad. But Josh Allen looked really, really bad in bad weather too. Like,
and it wasn't even raining. It was wind.
Yeah, use every other game of Tua to like talk about. But when people bring up the Titans game, it bugs me so much because it's like, you're not supposed to throw the ball when the weather's like that. Like, yeah, you throw the ball here or there. I think Ryan Tannehill threw the ball like 12 times. That's a reasonable number of throws in a really shitty weather situation. You don't throw the ball 30 plus times. Tua threw the ball 30 plus times. I think I'm going to pull the stats up really quick because it was some ridiculous number. I think it was more throws than he's thrown in a lot of other games in good weather.
The other thing is, and this is what I'm also questioning, okay? So, I like to call Teddy two gloves, okay?
Teddy two gloves?
Yeah.
Or as I called him on the Finn's tailgate, Titty Bridgewater.
I know, I thought that was funny too. Did you see what I posted after that?
Yeah, I think I did. When you posted on their channel?
Yeah, I put hashtag Mike on the mic.
Yes.
And titties or something like that.
Oh my God. I think funny. I have like a little bit of a lisp kind of, and I get like tongue tied on words all the time.
I do too.
So it happens all the time for me. But anyway,
oh,
sorry.
No worries. That was a funny thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, if you ever notice, I think there was a big issue, and I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there an issue after the Titans game about to not wearing a glove?
I mean, he never played with a glove, but they said, well, why didn't he play with a glove if he had an issue? And then they were even trying.
Because of the
People were
fumbles.
saying,
That's right. He fumbled a few times, and
yeah,
they said
which
if
is
he wore the glove, he
reasonable.
wouldn't have. I mean,
But he said he didn't want to wear a glove because, and it's not a bad take because Ryan Tannehill didn't throw with a glove. A lot of quarterbacks don't necessarily throw with gloves when the weather's bad because that's not how they practice regularly. So it changes how you throw the ball, and at that level, right? Every microscopic difference is magnified.
but see, this is going into my point of why that's important. Is they should have. You're talking about not practicing with it. These are things that they need to practice for. And I'll tell you why it's a big issue. Yes, we live in Miami, Florida. The humidity is ridiculously high. We do try to sunburn our opponents out every game. I get that. But what's one thing that happens here at a moment's notice, and when it happens, rain.
Yeah.
We get rain games all the time here from time to time, and you can't plan for them. So what do you do during the off season, during camp, during practices? You do things out of normal to get used to them. Just like the winter games, just like how you play loud music and loud ambient music on the megaphones, so it makes it hard for hearing in those types of stadiums. You practice for rain games. You practice for weather games. And that's something that tells me they don't have the proper practicing structure, or there was no plan at all in place. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That tells me, okay.
Well, we knew Mike Gesicki kind of admitted that there was no plan for the rain.
Oh, he let the cat out of the bag. He didn't care because, no offense, him and Flores didn't get along either.
Yeah, 100%. I there was one video I loved it where I think it was after Gesicki caught it was a 4th down conversion, or he made a big play or something, and then he went over to the sidelines and handed Flores the ball and basically said, "Give me the ball." Hey, give me just a second here. Hold on.
Oh yeah, man, no problem.
All right, I'm back.
No worries.
What were we saying?
So we were talking about practicing for different types of weather and conditions, and there was no practice structure. And then we talked about Gesicki handing the ball to Flores because if Flo was still here, Gesicki would not be here. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that. I have the stats up, by the way. So that was, what game was that? That was against Tennessee.
Yep.
So Tua threw the ball 38 times. You want to know how many games he threw more than 38 or more times last year?
One time.
Actually, it's more than one. But it's less. It's a lot less than it should be. He threw the ball 1, 2, 3, 4 times. He threw the ball more than 38 times. That's it.
Okay.
4 times. And that was against the Giants. That was a W. That was against Buffalo. Okay, rightfully so. You're playing from behind. You got to throw the ball a lot. That was Atlanta, another game we lost that you have to throw the ball. Jacksonville, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He only threw the ball more when we were basically, and then we played against the Giants. But you can't throw the ball 38 times in the weather like that. it's a recipe for disaster. It's a no-brainer. It's so silly. But
in that game, I don't know what was going on defensively either. There was no like run stop at all.
oh yeah, they ran the ball on us with a backup. That was pretty embarrassing.
But no offense,
I wonder if Gerald Alexander was in the booth on that
Foreman
game.
is not a backup. Where did he go? He went to Baltimore, right?
I believe so. Well, I mean, he's a backup to Derrick Henry, right? I mean, I guess everybody's a backup to Derrick Henry.
I don't know, man. If you watch them side by side, that's gonna be that's a good tough choice for a coach. You know what I mean?
It's you'd rather have a lot of those, a lot of really tough choices.
Yeah, because when they brought Derrick Henry back, in my opinion, and I might be wrong, but in my opinion, it looked like Donta Foreman looked like the better running back.
Could be.
And it could be, but then again, he's coming off injury, so I'll give it that. I'll give it that. But what I want to see is how they look side by side when they're perfectly 100% healthy and in game form. You know what I mean? Then I can make my evaluation.
Yeah, that's a tough call. I mean, Derrick Henry's out of this world. So I mean, if he is that, then whoever just got him, if it's Baltimore that got him, I mean, they got to steal, because if he's Derrick Henry good, that's something you got there.
I'll tell you what, people are downplaying this QB competition between Teddy and Tua. I don't really think they know what they did, because Teddy, for one, has a stronger arm than Tua, and
maybe
Teddy is also a seasoned QB1, kind of like borderline QB1 transition QB that's been around for a while. And I could see him outperforming Tua personally. The only thing that I think he may have difficulty with, and this is where Tua actually has him in hand, is the continuity of the receivers that we already have. He's very familiar with Waddle. He's very familiar with Gesicki. He's very familiar with Bowden and Parker. They're gonna both have to learn Cedric Wilson and whoever else they bring.
Yeah.
But
well, my biggest problem again with Teddy Bridgewater is, again, you were here when I was talking about all the mental stuff that Tua has been through. This is just another thing, another notch on the things Tua has to worry about. And I don't want that for him. And it's not that I don't think he can handle it. It's that it's just one more thing to put on this kid's shoulder. And I say this kid because, I'm sorry, 24, this guy's a kid. He's 24 years old. You're not a man yet. I'm sorry. You may be under the court, under law and other things, but 24 years old is still really young, and to have the weight of the world on your shoulders at that age, with lots stacked up against you, right? You don't see this with other teams, right? This is why I have a problem with how they handle it, because you look at the Bengals, right, and how they handled Joe Burrow. There's never been a question about who Joe Burrow is and whether or not he was the guy, because he's never had to look over his shoulder. With Justin Herbert, you could maybe make the argument that Tyrod Taylor could have come back and taken that job, but I mean, Justin Herbert played so well that you didn't have to worry, and they never will have to worry about any of that other mental stuff. Justin Herbert didn't have to worry about coming off a nearly career-ending injury, and neither did Burrow. Now, I will say Burrow did have to come back from a pretty horrific knee injury. But how many, I mean, it was an ACL, yeah? Everybody comes back from an ACL, and they're just fine. Even running backs now come back quicker, faster.
I will tell you about Burrow. Well, I'll tell you about Burrow. He got lucky last season. I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
He decided to take Tannehill route. He didn't get the surgery done. So that's part of the reason why in the Super Bowl when he finally torqued it, or finally hurt that part again, that's why it affected him. He may not be the quarterback next season. He may have to get surgery. Don't be surprised that we find out sometime between now and summer camp that he elected to do it. So Bengals may not, they may not be able to repeat personally, in my opinion.
I thought he did get the surgery.
Let's look that up. I don't think he did.
I just Googled it.
He
He did. Bengals rookie QB Joe Burrow undergoes successful knee surgery. That was December 3rd.
No, there was something
What's the
else that
latest on
happened that he
Burrow's recovery
decided
here,
against it. Hold on a second. Hold on. Maybe I'm thinking of a different QB possibly. But somebody recently took
I remember, and I do.
Tannehill route.
I remember, when Burrow was rehabbing, they had the video of him rehabbing, and you could see the scars on his knees, and his knees looked like little chicken wings because he was off the leg. Well, the one knee, right? It was really scrawny compared. I remember commenting on it because, I mean, and props to Burrow for coming back and getting in football shape, because his knee was his leg was about half the size of his good leg because he was off of it for so long. And it looked kind of funny. Funny because it's probably not a nice thing to say because it's coming off an injury, but his leg was literally half the size of his good leg. So the fact that he was able to come back was pretty incredible. But I do think he did have surgery on that knee though. And I remember them talking about.
Do you think we bring another tight end in?
No.
I didn't mean to change subjects, but do you think we bring another tight end?
I don't think so. We've got Smythe, we've got Gesicki, and we've got Hunter Long.
That's it.
Yeah. I think Smythe is pretty good at blocking. We don't know what Hunter Long is really. We've not seen much of him. But he could
There is a tight end I really think that we should consider. But he hasn't re-signed with his team. So there's a chance that he may resign, but I kind of think we could get him cheap though, to be honest.
Who's that?
Robert Tonyan. You know what I'm talking about? Packer tight end.
Robert Tonyan. I'm looking him up real quick.
He and give me a second. I'll tell you why I like him. Hold on 1 second. Here we go.
He resigned with Green Bay.
1 year deal. I just seen it. Damn it.
I just saw that too.
How much they pay him? Let me see how much.
It's not official on Spotrac, but I don't know if they've leaked it. He's not like a big guy, so they may not even worry about talking about it.
Well, he kind of can be. He was actually okay, so I played dynasty football or fantasy football, and I'm really into it and everything. And he was one of the upcoming tight ends. He was most targeted this season prior, and prior to his major injury that he had against Detroit, he was on target like for 1,000-yard season, to be honest.
Interesting.
So, yeah, and he can block. He does very well in coverage.
I'm looking up his blocking grades just to see. Just curious.
I'm curious. The whole PFF thing is new to me.
What was that?
I said the whole the PFF grades. That whole thing is like crazy how in depth they are.
Yeah, I like to use them. They're, again, I don't watch every single game, so I can't. I've got to rely on a resource like PFF, and they're pretty reliable. I think they go pretty in depth. I've seen the QB reports. I don't know if you have, but I mean they go in depth into as far as like not only if they overthrow, underthrow, but like where, if it's too high, if it's too low, if it's out front. They spend a lot of time making these grades. But there's a lot of people who don't like it, I think, because they usually like it when it supports their narrative and they don't like it when it doesn't. So I usually crack it up to that.
So he had 26 targets for 18 receptions last season. They were going to him a lot, and he ended up getting injured. I'm so mad. I lost him for the whole season, but
Nah, that sucks.
the year prior to that, he was actually much better. I wish do they have the 2020 grades on here at all?
I'm not here. I'm gonna pull it up on my screen here. I have him pulled up. Can you see? Can you see the stream?
I just see our Discord currently.
Yeah, I'm gonna swap it over now. Full cam. Oh, it's probably delayed on your end, so it might take a second to show up on your side. But let's see, Tunyon. His blocking grades are not great last year, but I don't know why he graded so low for blocking, but receiving, he had better last year. It seems like he had a rough year, but previous years he did pretty well. His rookie season, he graded really well. In the run game, he only played a couple games his rookie year.
2020 was a better year for him overall.
Yeah, I mean, not bad for a young guy, for sure. And he hasn't been the main guy. He had 277 blocking snaps in 2020. It's a pretty good sample size.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends what you're looking for. Personally, the tight end I wanted, he got paid. He got the bag from Cowboys. I wanted, what's his name? Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
I think he would have been perfect in our system. His run blocking is ridiculous. You know, I can show you tape after tape of him run blocking, and everything gets thrown to him is caught. There's no questions about it.
Yeah, I'm curious. Dalton Schultz. Yeah, he's up there in blocking.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's 67 pass block, 69 run block, 72 overall offensive grades. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's probably worth the money. How much they pay him?
I want to say 15 mil a season, maybe. I think.
Dalton Schultz. Oh, he didn't sign this free agency.
I think they franchise tagged him.
That would make sense.
How many receiving yards is this still? No, that's not what I want to know.
I got it here on Spotrac. Yeah. I think they franchised him.
Because they franchised him for 10 mil for the season, and then I think they re-signed him though.
Dalton Schultz signed a 1-year, $10,900,000 contract with the Dallas Cowboys, fully guaranteed.
It looks like that's all they have right now. They are working on a deal. Supposedly they're working on like a 4 or 5 year deal for him.
Yeah, they're probably working on a long-term deal. Let's look at transactions. Originally he had signed a 4-year. Yeah, that was his rookie deal. So he just finished his rookie deal, and then they gave him a 1-year, basically $11 million, fully guaranteed, which is pretty telling. I mean, it's basically like the franchise tag, right? They just they gave him the equivalent of the franchise tag.
They did franchise him. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's what it is. It just, I don't know why in Spotrac it doesn't say franchise tag. It just says that he signed a deal.
Oh, he signed the tender. I think that's basically how it works. But
yeah, they should have said that. They should have just said, yeah, he signed the franchise tender. That would have been good information. But anyway.
Yeah, but he got the same deal that Gesicki did, and
yeah, I mean, by all accounts, the Cowboys seem to like what they have in him. So, but
who's the number 1 rated tight end that was on that list that you were looking at?
So this is for blocking. You want to look at receiving or just, I guess, in general? Well, we could just look in general.
Well, I was looking for blocking because that's primarily our scheme is going to be like a blocking.
Okay, yeah, I could look that up. Blocking. Okay, tight ends. Number one pass blocking tight end is Jeremy Sprinkle. That's a great name, Jeremy Sprinkle. Number one run
Dallas.
blocking tight end. Let me actually do minimum snaps, just because I'm gonna get a bunch of guys that have only done like 3 snaps. So number one run blocker is John Bates out of Washington. And then right behind him is Eric Tomlinson in Baltimore. This is a great Eric Tomlinson and Mark Andrews are really great tight ends in Baltimore, and one of them is going to have to go at some point. Give me a second. I'm going to hop off for one more second here.
Sure.
All right. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Switch it back over. But yeah, these 2 guys, this is going to be interesting. I'm curious what their contract looks like, because they can't keep both of them because they're both really good. NFL teams, Ravens. Because if one of them becomes available next year, that could be a great replacement for Gesicki if they decide to move on. I don't know why I went through the whole list when Baltimore is right at the top. Let's look.
So, you know how we were talking about George Kittle?
Yeah.
So his guaranteed money ends after this season. He no longer has guaranteed money. The cap savings actually, let's see. There's after the 2023 season, there's significant cap savings the following last 2 years of his contract. I think that means that he could very well be on the trading block at that point.
Interesting.
So
It would take a lot to get him, because he's going to be cheap and he's good. You're looking at.
What do you mean? What do you mean cheap? He's not going to be cheap, is what you're saying?
No, you said his guaranteed money is not going to be worth a lot, right? It's not going to be.
Well, he has 0 guaranteed money starting after this season. After that, it's no more guaranteed. It's his regular base salary. Salary.
Okay.
There's a prorated bonus, I guess, whatever that means.
Yeah, that's how they basically spread out the money so that it's not like all, because typically the bonus, like that's the signing bonus, right? So typically they don't pay that all up front, because then it would count all against the cap that year. So they spread out the signing bonus over a few years to soften the blow. Eric.
Yeah, I wonder how they're gonna pay this, because I didn't know this. His base salary for the past 3 years has been like $1,200,000.
Wow.
It's been ridiculously low, and then 2023 is where it shoots up. So I could see them keeping him for the one main year for 2023, because they would have the largest dead money, and then after that, there's a huge savings. So the last 2 years.
Interesting.
So you could possibly see him get traded next after this season, but that's why I said that's a possibility. Plus the other thing is this. So everyone thinks that the 49ers are just going to do the same thing as they did, the last 2 seasons, under McDaniel and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to. Anthony Lynn is a different offensive coordinator than McDaniel. He runs a different system, a different offense. You know what I mean?
I mean, but Shanahan's still like the head coach, right?
I don't. Yeah, I don't discount that. He can still be the head coach, but if your coaching staff is more superior to teach a different offense, and this is the other flip side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Have we thought to see what Trey Lance is gonna do? Like what type of offense he's more prolific at? You know what I mean? We haven't really talked about that.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I really think that the reason that they've been successful with what they had is because of the system that they're running. If you take that system out, I don't think the team is still going to be able to provide the same success. That's why I think there's going to be 49ers on the chopping block, because they're going to have to rebuild their offense to suit, the system that they're going to run. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there. It could very well be the case. It'll be interesting to see what they do, right? Because offensive coordinator leaves. That's a big shift in the organization. So they very well could be moving to a different type of offense. But I mean, it could also be that Shanahan's running the show, and he's gonna. Let's be honest, Shanahan runs the show with the 49ers. He calls the plays. He does it all.
I still think everything's going to be good. Shanahan is going to run the show, but I think with the coaching staff changes that they are having to make, I think that their offense is going to not that they're going to take a hit. I just think that when they transition to Trey Lance finally, because eventually they're going to have to change their offense to better suit around him.
Sure, of course.
And that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that a Deebo trade is possible, and why I think a George Kittle, trade is possible. Not necessarily this year, but in the next 2 years, you could very well see it.
Yeah, I think Miami is going to make a big splash that's going to surprise people at some point. I think something will happen this offseason. I don't know if it's going to be the trade like you're talking about, but I think they're going to go out and get somebody in free agency still, or a draft or a trade for somebody probably before the draft. Because again, we talked a little bit about it on the Fins tailgate. Ross has said
I missed that part. What did they say? Yeah, what did they say?
Well, Ross has said he's going to be aggressive this free agency, right? And Mike on the mic asked me, he said, "Do you think that we've been aggressive?" And I said, "No, this is not aggressive, right? Like Terron Armstead is a great pickup, but we kind of expected that." Other than Terron Armstead, everybody they've gotten, they've been good signings. They've been great value picks, but would you characterize them as being aggressive? And today I said, no, I don't think they're aggressive. So either Stephen Ross has no idea what aggressive means, or he has a different, which I don't believe, because we have been aggressive in previous free agencies.
Did you see my tweet to the Miami Dolphins?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I actually copied and pasted the definition of what it means to be aggressive.
Oh my god!
From the dictionary, and I sent it to the Miami Dolphins. Hey, Miami Dolphins and Chris Greer.
Just in case, just in case you didn't know. Yeah, we haven't been aggressive. So either they don't know what aggressive means, or there's still more things coming down the line, because there have been other teams that absolutely have been aggressive. The Colts, the Jaguars, we talked about on the stream already. There's been plenty of other teams that have been aggressive. Then we know what aggressive looks like. This has been good. They've been methodical, is what I'll say. What I'll call them. They went and they had a few guys that they had in mind that they really wanted. They went and got them. Like Edmonds, Mostert. Right, there's guys that they wanted and they went and got them. Sure, I don't know that I'd categorize it as aggressive. It's been methodical and very well planned and executed, I will say. But I don't want to end it here because we've been having such a great talk, but I think I do have to call it a night. I really appreciate you coming on and chatting it up. Go ahead and plug all your stuff again before we wrap it up.
Yeah, man. Like I said, you can find me on Twitter. It's Ali _DA_Persian. You can also find me here on Twitch. As you can see, my name handle right there in the chat, Broken Skull Live. There's 3 L's in a row. I haven't been on there in a while. I'm going to start getting on there pretty soon. And pretty shortly, I'll have a YouTube channel up and going called Broken Takes. I will be sharing that with everybody, Drubitron and everyone, so they can come on and
Definitely.
speak their piece. There'll be anything in the sports world that's taboo that people don't want to talk about, but it exists. It's free game. So
sounds good, dude.
Yeah. Anyway,
I
thank you for the
appreciate
great
you.
chat. I
Yep.
appreciate everything, and you have a wonderful night.
Yep, you too, buddy. Congrats again on the kiddo getting those steps in.
Thanks, man. I'll talk to you later. Have a
Take
good
care,
night.
buddy. Have a good night. All right, guys. It was fun. Had a great time. We got to chill with the boys over at the Finn's tailgate. The boys and gals. Miss Finn's not excluded. And make sure you go follow every one of them. Miss Finn's, Color, commentator Chris, Mike on the mic. There's so many great Dolphins content creators out there, and it's fun to kind of chop it up with that group, and talk Fins. That's why we're here. We have a blast. Today was a big day. We got Terron Armstead. We got the biggest fish in the pond, right? So there's a lot to be positive about. Let's keep it positive. Let's keep it 100. We had a great time tonight. Thank you for everybody that stopped by. If you're still here, go ahead and hit that follow button. And if you enjoyed yourself, and share the channel with your friends. Share it on socials. We're gonna keep it more regular and do more stuff like this. It was a lot of fun, and appreciate again everybody that stopped in, everybody over at the Finn's tailgate, and we'll catch you next time.